actually 2 minutes after 9. I think we can go ahead and begin this day number 4, session number 4. And first thing that we'll start with is the district, not thing, but first agency we'll start with will be the district attorney. And John, if you would you like to get up and identify yourself and then present your...
My name is John Warren. I'm the district attorney. There are a few things that I wanted to talk about in the budget hearing. One, first off, is ammunition. I know it's gone up from 500 to 1,000. However, ammunition is getting expensive, and we provide ammunition for Michael Krebs down in the county attorney's office. We provided Eric Cokerly, who was a reserve officer in our office, and we have 4 guns in our office, maybe 5. So that's why it's increased 100%. So we're asking for $1,000 on that. Second, on Callie's position, her salary needs to increase $4,500. And if you don't mind, just briefly explaining this to Dawn.
That was the grant.
Could you introduce yourself?
I'm sorry, I'm Callie Pax. I'm the Director of Victim Services in the District Attorney's Office. And that is the amount that the grant that I get from the state of Texas for the Victims Liaison Grant. It went up $4,500 this year when I applied for it. We came in, we presented that to you guys, I think back in March, and you approved it. I applied for the grant, and that salary would go up $4,500. And that's what that is.
Okay.
Any questions?
Everything else has pretty much stayed the same. You know, we requested an increase in salaries, but that is a decision made by the court. We also, I am requesting a radio. I talked to Ed Zielinski yesterday, and he stated that he is receiving a radio for Michael Krebs. Of course, we are a law enforcement agency. We have no way to communicate with anybody if there should be something, if something should happen in the courthouse. And we also send him out to serve subpoenas in some areas that aren't safe. So we're asking at least for a handheld radio that would work with the system, the current system. We have none. We have no radios. And I said that I would put my 2 cents in for Daryl. This is not on my budget, but for the phone system. I do support a new phone system, just if y'all are considering that. But that looks to be about it.
Vehicle expense. You have you're not asking for an increase. You're asking to stay the same as you were in this year's. What is that vehicle expense for?
Typically, vehicle expenses, I believe maintenance.
Okay.
He got a brand new vehicle, Judge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He should have minor stuff, windshield
yeah, oil
wipers or
change.
something, oil changes.
It's the DA office vehicle.
Yeah, he's got a vehicle. It's a new vehicle. John, on your handheld, we visited with the sheriff yesterday, and he agreed to fund the handheld radio out of courthouse security.
Okay.
We will put it in his inventory with the rest of the radios, but it'll be provided or on loan or whatever
Very
to
good.
your office.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And that'd be one for
Aaron.
Aaron, and then we're gonna provide one for
He-
Michael too.
He agreed to fund 2 handhelds out of courthouse security money.
2 for our office.
No,
Oh, just
one for Mike and one for Aaron.
yours, one
That's
for the
perfect.
county attorney.
That's great. That's all we need.
And they should work. I mean, we're talking all over the county with handhelds.
The
It's
handhelds will
amazing.
Talk from one end of the county to the other, just like our car radio. They work good.
And especially with where you're sitting at the courthouse.
Yeah.
And our courthouse security now easily talk within the building to the sheriff's office, just like you and I are having this conversation now. They're doing really well.
Okay.
Should work.
That's great. That's all we need.
Do you have any questions of us?
No, sir.
Okay.
I think.
Anybody else have anything for the DA? All right.
Thank you, John.
very much.
Appreciate you.
Kelly,
very much.
thank you very much.
Are you going to hang out? Oh,
Yeah,
Oh.
you're welcome to stay, John.
yeah.
Outside agencies, who do we have?
Munster Library is part, it might be better for them to go in order if they're here. If they're not here,
If
of course,
they're
we don't
here.
have to. But if they're here, if we can go in order, that will help the commissioners that are looking on there.
Okay.
Here.
Let's see. I don't see Munster here. Who's next on your list?
So next is Visto. Visto's here. Visto.
Good morning.
Good morning. If you would identify yourself,
Yes, sir.
you're going to get around.
I am Becky Jones, and I get the pleasure of serving as Vista's Executive Director. As a first-time applicant, I appreciate the opportunity to come before you all and tell you about Visto. You all may already know that we are the county's largest food pantry. What you may not know is that in 2022, we distributed over 162,000 pounds of food to individuals. We served 19,730 people. But providing food to people who are food insecure is not all that we do. We also provide financial assistance in the form of rent, utilities, life-sustaining prescriptions, emergency dental, food vouchers to folks who qualify. We have a Pathways program whose focus is to break the cycle of generational poverty. We do that in collaboration with the community to create free and offer free life skills classes to people who are ready to make a change in their current situation and reduce their dependence on government assistance and charitable organizations. We also provide referrals all across the county and beyond. In any time there's an emergency, either local or anywhere throughout the county, then we partner with first responders, emergency management residents. We provide food, water, toiletries, blankets, all of that. But what I'm really here to talk to you about is our Backpack Buddy program. Backpack Buddies is a national organization, and Visto has been a part of that since 2012. The focus of Backpack Buddies is to provide food to kids who depend on breakfast and lunch during the week at their schools. We fill in the gap by providing delicious, nutritionally dense meals on the weekends. During this last school year, 178,030 meals to 937 kids in 15 Cooke County schools throughout the school. We didn't do that alone. We had 25 volunteers that ensured that those kiddos got that food every single week. Through the time that I have been at Visto, I have repeatedly gotten reports from teachers who say that when the kids show up on Monday morning with full bellies, when they have consistent access to proper nutrition, there are less disciplinary issues. There's less absences from school due to illness. They see increased focus, improved concentration, less disciplinary issues. All of that combined results in a more conducive learning environment for everybody. That improves academic performance. It leads to higher graduation rates and a better prepared workforce. But where did our shortfall come from for Backpack Buddies? That's what I'm here to talk to you about specifically. When we created our budget, we had no way to anticipate that GISD would go from a 5 to a 4-day school week. So consequently, if our program enrollment does not change at all. We will have 705 kiddos that will need food for one more additional day every single week. And again, if there's no changes in food prices at approximately $2 a day, that leaves a deficit for us of $53,580. So anyway, I do believe that investing in Backpack Buddies is an investment in Cooke County and the residents.
You said going from a 5 to a 4-day week increases your need for meals?
Correct.
I'm dense, I guess. How does that work?
Well, right now, we just provide meals for Saturday and Sunday.
Okay.
And with GISD kids not being in school on Monday, then that increases their weekend to 3 days. And so we will be providing meals for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday.
Okay, so the meals are for the weekend, basically.
Right, for when they don't have access to the free and reduced lunch program, meal
Okay.
programs at school.
Creates a 3-day weekend instead of a 2-day weekend
Right.
throughout the school year. Is the city of Gainesville offering to give you any help, or GISD who made this decision, are they offering any assistance at all in this?
They are not. Their funds, their money that has been allocated to them has to stay within the district.
The GISD, I'm sure. City of Gainesville?
No. Any other questions?
Anybody have any questions? Do you have any questions of us?
No, sir?
You guys do a great job. I mean,
You do?
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Very impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Munster Public Library has made it here. Cliff, would you like to come up and identify yourself and present your budget, please?
Okay, I'm Cliff Sicking. I'm with the Munster Public Library. Start off by thanking you for last year's $13,000 support, and that's what we're requesting again. Just a little bit of information about the library. We have 2,377 patrons right now. We currently have 8 adult volunteers who work a combined 80 hours a month. Our library director is our only paid employee who works 24 hours a week. The library is open 28 hours a week. We had 8,140 visitors in 2023 so far. We provide 7 public computer stations, 69 text share databases. We provide 24/7 wireless access, so every now and then you'll see people parked right in front of the library using our internet service, those that don't have it. Online access, access to ebooks. We provide a children's computer area. We have a summer reading program, so we have two summer reading programs, one for ages 2 through 11 and the other 12 through 18. We have a children's story hour and craft hour, a monthly book club, and we partner with the local schools. Any questions?
Do you have any questions of us?
No?
Okay. Thank you, Cliff.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Judge,
Yes.
I'm going to have to leave at 9:30.
Okay.
I've got an appointment in Sherman. I will get back as quick as I can. I assume you guys are going to get done with the hearings, but when we finish today, we need to be able to provide Shelley with the numbers to create the preliminary budget. So we need to kind of summarize, and I'd be more than glad to help out with that. Assuming you guys get done with the hearings, if you want to recess and then us summarize, Jason.
Like later this afternoon? Or
Yeah, no, let's be done. We've got just a few things to resolve, but we've got to. It would be in our best interest to provide her numbers so that she can put the preliminary numbers in. And I've got some notes, so maybe some suggestions. And I apologize for the rest of it. I tend to sit until 9:30, but and
So you're talking about the rest of the presentation?
I hope I'm back by 11, but it may be 11:30. But, well, y'all ain't gonna miss me. Y'all got it handled. But as far as the summary and trying to put together the preliminary, I can and will help if you would like.
Okay.
And I can tell you right quick on the, just my thoughts on CASA, child advocacy, and victims assistance. Last year before last, we told them we would give them whatever the crosswalk fund generated. And we split 80,000, I think, last year. We didn't generate 80,000 this year. We're just going to generate about 35 or 40. My suggestion to the court, if we can afford it, we take whatever we come up short in crosswalk money and make that 80,000.
Okay.
That's just a thought. We're not even there yet. They haven't presented, but I didn't realize when we gave them 80,000 last year, we exhausted it and it didn't accumulate 80,000 this year.
Okay.
But
Shocks me.
But yeah, I don't get that. I don't know what happened there.
It's a fund that's collected whenever people pay their
We're
tax.
not even addressing the numbers right now anyway.
But no, but they're going to ask, and they do have an ask number, okay?
Right.
And my input would be to the court, because I'm not going to be here for those three, and because that's what we've been doing for them. If we can afford to help them this year, I would suggest we maintain the 40 to each one, funding. I think it's going to generate 38 or 40,000 out of the 38, 39. Half of it basically going to be generated by the crosswalk fund, and so we don't leave them a shortfall. We don't leave anybody shortfall if we can help it. Who knows? But and I'm playing a whole card, so y'all know where I'm at.
And which agencies did we do that with?
We split 80,000 between CASA, Child Advocacy, and Abigail's Arms.
That can be discussed when you come back and Shelley's here. I mean, we're just.
Yeah,
Should be here just in time.
yeah, we're just hearing them, and y'all know, y'all been here many times. It's preliminary, you know.
No promises.
I mean, that's just my thoughts. And so I don't interrupt the next, well, I'll stay till 9:30. Apologize to whoever's speaking at the time when I leave.
That brings up victim witness services.
Abigail's Arms?
See, that's what I'm wondering this week.
That's
Child advocacy.
your child, who is victim witness?
Well, they're both, right?
They didn't, there's not an application or anything with it, so I don't know.
All right.
Typically, I think us.
Victim to witness was 25 and child advocacy.
Okay, it may be both of them.
No,
I think that's what, isn't that the way we,
We've been receiving two
Yeah.
different funding streams.
yeah.
25 to victims assistance, which I believe is Abigail's Arms, and 15 to child advocacy for a total of $40,000, and you guys split it accordingly.
Right. Okay,
That's what,
you
okay.
ready for me?
I'm not sure.
Probably not.
If you would identify yourself and let's go.
I'm Ginger Johnson. I am the Executive Director for Abigail's Arms. I'd like to thank you guys for your support in the past. I do know that I'm asking for a more robust funding from the court this year. As some of you know, we've received two different funding streams from you guys over the past several years. In this request, what I've done is I've brought all 5 of our programs forward as Abigail's Arms. When you talk about Abigail's Arms, we're an umbrella, and we have 5 programs. Our 24-hour emergency shelter and our Child Advocacy Center are the 2 programs that basically have been funded in the past. We also provide crime victim support and advocacy for people who don't need shelter, so that's our non-residential services. We have a sexual assault program working directly with victims of sexual assault in the community. And then we have our community advocacy and prevention education, which is our CAPE program, working in the community and in the schools as a prevention effort and as an education effort to help victims. All of these programs work together to support the families in the community who have been a victim of a crime. It's very rare for a person to walk into our services and only receive services from one program. What we try to do with our staff is provide a very holistic program that will support the entire family. A child may come forward during a educational session at the school and make a disclosure that something has happened. A parent may be at the Child Advocacy Center for an abuse that has happened to their child, and we discover that there are other things going on. They may need residential services and other support. A lot of times our families come into the shelter, and now that the family is safe, there are other outcries of abuse either from a child or from the parent that's living in the shelter. Really, by working together, all of my programs are able to support the entire family. So mom may be receiving services through a case manager with the residential program, but the children may be receiving services from the Child Advocacy Center. And holistically, we're supporting that whole family as they move forward. Generally, a cost for Abigail's Arms for one victim is $1,255 per person. Most of the time, we're providing for the whole family. So if you figure a family of 4, that's just over $5,000 per family coming in for services. On average, we have 48 new people, not families, new people coming into our services for the first time. We have approximately 58 clients on my case manager's role who are coming in either weekly or bi-weekly for supportive services beyond that initial ask for assistance. I'm going to quote from a Department of Justice survey or research paper that was done. It speaks to crime's heavy toll, not only on government and society, but on the victims as well. The cost of crime is two-dimensional, a dollar amount calculated by adding up property losses, productivity losses, and medical bills. An amount that's less quantifiable because it takes the form of pain, emotional trauma, and the risk of death and health problems due to a victimization. The study states that victimizations generate $105 billion annually in property and productivity losses and outlays for medical expenses. This amounts to an annual crime tax of roughly $425 per man, woman, and child in a community in the United States. When you add the values of pain, long-term emotional trauma, disability, mental and general health concerns, that cost rises to $1,800 per person. The crime with the highest toll is sexual assault. During this study, what they found was that a lot of light was shed on the cost of domestic violence, because the domestic violence doesn't have a cost just to that victim, but to the entire family, especially the children who take that trauma on into their adulthood and will often struggle with coping skills, with holding down a job. They have a higher rate of medical costs. They have a higher rate of mental health costs. So our task is truly to see that these victims receive the support they need at the point of trauma, in the hopes that as they move forward, some of those costs to society are lessened in the long term. I would love to be able to come to you guys and say, hey, we did it. People aren't hurting people anymore. I really don't see that as being realistic, but that would be my long-term dream goal. What I'd like to leave you with is that not one of our victims asked to be in this situation. What occurred happened to them. Someone else decided to do something to hurt them. Your neighbor, your friend, your family member, your constituents. Each one is trying their best to figure out how to move forward from the trauma. And Abigail's Arms staff works to be in the center of that chaos to help them begin healing and moving forward. I know what I'm asking is a big ask, but then I want you to think about, are they worth it? Is that person, that constituent, that family member, that child, are they worth what we're doing to help them? Are they worth it to our community to be able to help alleviate some of the costs in the long term? Thank you for hearing me out.
Just to be clear, you have represented Abigail's Arms and...
So we are Abigail's Arms.
Right.
Yes, so the Child Advocacy Center, the shelter, the non-residential, and the prevention program, and our sexual assault team are Abigail's Arms.
Okay.
So really, you can do it as 5 separate, or you can do it as one whole, however you guys decide to pull that together. But I'm really working hard in the community to make sure people understand that the Child Advocacy Center is Abigail's Arms. The residential shelter is Abigail's Arms. It's all one
You guys know
entity.
how we did it in the past.
Oh, it's split right now on our
Yeah.
line items. We might talk to Shelley and combine them because I don't think you guys care
It doesn't matter to
how
us
it's like
how we
labeled
do
on
it.
our,
Right, it's
on
just
our
the
budget.
support. It's just really trying to make sure that the community knows that there are 5 programs under our umbrella working together for the support of
Yeah.
victims.
Yeah,
right now it's under victim assistance and child advocacy.
okay. and
Victim,
I'm the
witness.
I'm sorry, I'm the
Go-
president of which board?
The sexual assault response team, our SAFE team, which
Right.
is directly
That's
for
the reason
victims
I
of
asked
sexual
the
assault.
question, 'cause I'm the president of one of the boards that are,
Yeah, he chairs
Or,
my SART response by House Bill 4 something or another says that the Commissioners Court has to provide a committee for sexual assault response, and he's the chair of that committee.
He may need to
I'll
abstain
ask
on
that.
that vote,
I'll ask that question later when
Yeah.
we get down to it.
but,
Yep.
I'm only showing 2 on here.
well, yeah, that's what she's saying. There are really 5 different
There's really
programs
But
listed
we're-
under
we've got
two.
it broke down under 2.
Right, yeah.
Shelley, is there
Currently,
any,
it's under 2.
any chance that we can combine special victims and child advocacy into one account? Is that a problem? She
And
actually,
Sexual assault.
well, sexual, no, hadn't been
Good
shown.
morning, Shelley. How are you this morning?
Welcome. Hadn't seen you since 7 o'clock last night.
Yes.
Is that an issue for accounting, or
Do we need to keep it separated, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
we do?
That's that answer.
If y'all will excuse me,
Nope, that's fine. I
Be safe.
understand.
Wear
Any
your
other
seatbelt.
questions?
I was just waiting on you to show up so I can get out of here.
Okay.
There you go. Any other questions for me?
Nope, thank you very much.
Don't believe so.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ginger. And next we have CASA.
Morning. How are y'all?
Just fine.
Good.
Becky, I'll get with you next week.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Bear with me, I haven't done this before, so what exactly is it you're wanting to know?
Introduce yourself.
To what?
Introduce yourself.
I'm Dora Irwin. I'm the director at CASA. I'm sorry.
You know it.
I know him a little bit. He's a little ornery. We visited before, and we have talked about our numbers and whatnot like that, and I put in on my application the savings to the county. I hope y'all notice that number. That's pretty large. It's very impactful to our county, and we are able to do that and spare all those tax dollars of $277,000. That's a lot, and that's for an attorney averaging the $100 an hour for $3,600 a month, and that's only giving them a certain amount of hours with the child. Our advocates spend 10 to 15 hours a month with that child, and in court, and at school, and with the doctors. And so they're able to do an all-around representation with the attorney. So the attorney's court appointed, and they're getting minimal pay because we're able to pick up that slack. We want to continue to do that, and we need your help. We're also expanding a little bit in our reach. We're wanting to go to court-appointed services, which is prior to the removal. And we're eligible, we're one of 5 in the state that's been allowed to pilot this. And what that does, it allows us to go into the home prior removal and work with the child, the parents, grandparents, caregivers, whoever that may be. And we're able to be in there and advocate for that child back to Judge Vaughn and explain what's going on and what's being done, what's not being done. So to do that, I'm sorry, I'm a little winded, I'm nervous. To do that, it's not grant-funded money. And so we need that to be you guys. We need y'all to help us to be able to reach these families in Cooke County. I'll be blunt with you. I mean, we really do need that because our grant money, we allocate to the traditional cost of services, and we'll continue that. We serve 100% kids in the county. We will continue with all that. But I really, really want to see us be able to go into the homes and expand this a little bit because I think we got a lot of people that need help. And I think this is one way that we can help. I know Ginger did her presentation, and that's a lot of triage and 911 that they deal with. We might could even help remedy some of that, you know, where it helps relieve a little bit of that. that would be our ideal hope. We are currently this year servicing 46 children we have in our care right now. They're placed all over because they're not foster homes here in Cooke County. That's another goal, is to be able to do public speaking where we promote foster care. We want foster homes in Cooke County. We want all that to kind of come to fruition so we can all work together and try to help these kids. Yes, sir.
Do the advocates ever house the children, or do they?
No, sir.
They only.
No, sir. We have strict regulations that we follow, and we are under National CASA, Texas CASA.
Okay.
And then we have standards. And so there's requirements even as far as how often, a minimum amount of visits.
Okay.
Our advocates go above and beyond that. And so, you'll notice in there in the request letter that I put in there that they have traveled over 14,000 miles last year to see these kids. Because they're not here in Cooke County, so it accrues mileage and things like that. So that's a portion of your funding goes towards that as well. But that's all volunteer hours. That's 1,500 hours that they're volunteering for us. And so then we do little appreciations for them and things like that out of that, but that's all volunteer. And there's an intense training, 30-hour training that a volunteer goes through. There's a vetting process, background checks.
I have lots of friends who've done it. I'm pretty familiar with that.
Yeah, you want that.
Oh, yeah.
We need that. We got to have that. And so that's all part of it. And, there's nothing free anymore. There's nothing cheap, and it all adds up. And funding keeps kind of getting cut here and there, but the expenses don't cut. They seem to keep going up. So we're just trying to balance it and keep care going here in Cooke County. So, do y'all have any questions?
You have any questions for this presenter?
I'm good.
So I have a question for you guys.
Go.
Are you coming to Cowboys? Are you going to help us at Cowboys this year?
That's the 14th of July, right?
14th of July is coming up.
Planning
Yes.
to.
That is our biggest fundraiser, and it is a quarter of our budget. So it's very, very important. And that will go alongside with your funding to help us to be able to help these kiddos. So would love to have you. I can talk to you. You got to come.
Still waiting on my reminder.
Here's your reminder.
You just got it.
You sure are high maintenance.
I told you about those kind of reminders.
So, do you have any other questions for me? Anything you need to know?
Don't have, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Appreciate your time.
Do we have anyone from Stanford House here?
Thank y'all.
Stanford House.
They're in a board meeting. They're going to be late.
Are they, okay.
We'll come back. We'll circle back.
Child advocacy. Is that
Yeah.
you? Okay. And I bet we have somebody from Noah's Ark here.
Yes, sir.
I thought so.
Good morning. How are y'all doing today?
Doing all right, Doc?
Yes, I'm Justin Hartman. I think everybody knows that. President of Board of Directors, Noah's Ark Animal Shelter. How long have I got to talk? I can. Okay, I'll keep it short. So basically, I just want to come before the court and ask that y'all continue to fund the shelter at the same terms that we had last year. Do you have any questions as to that, I guess?
Thanks.
Animal transport, what does that incur?
Okay, so this is my understanding of this. Okay, so I might not be the most, I don't have the most detailed on the budget, but my understanding is that y'all are giving us so much per animal that comes into the shelter from the county. And my understanding is that that's $50 per dog cap.
Up to
Up to a certain amount,
23,000.
but we've never gotten close to that, just basically because there's not enough room to take that many critters into the.
And what it does is it helps our county residents who need a place to take a stray. They have them.
So the main thing is that we're doing, the benefit to the county is that we're reducing or trying to reduce animal or dog and cat animal overpopulation, the potential for zoonotic disease, bite wounds, things like that.
Right, I'm sorry, I guess, I was asking on your budget deal, your animal transport, what
What is that?
Yes.
Okay, so as the animals come in, then we got to try to do something with them. And the states in the northern part of the country have a greater ability to take stray animals into their shelters because they don't have as many strays in the north, and so we ship dogs up north.
That's what I was,
Yep, it's shipping dogs.
all right, thank you.
And so Noah's Ark is not a no-kill shelter. I mean, so certainly animals that are diseased, very aggressive, those animals are euthanized. But we do try to not put too many to sleep, just because of crowding. So if the animal's adoptable, we do try to find it a new home. You have any other questions for me?
I don't think so.
I don't have any. But appreciate that. Thank you very much. Y'all do a good job.
Well, we do the best that we can. I just, I don't have to tell y'all, what a great problem there is in not just our county, but throughout the state of unwanted domestic animals, dogs and cats. It's just a real issue. I don't know the answer to this, but of course, one of the big things is, that we need more people to sterilize their dogs and cats to help prevent this overpopulation.
Do you ever take in anything other than dogs and cats?
Yeah, there are some other creatures that come through. Not a whole lot. That's really what we're set up for.
Right.
But sometimes, there's like potbelly pigs or some kind of oddball stuff sometimes.
Like a rabbit?
Maybe there's been a few. I can't really remember how many rabbits. But yeah, there's some other oddball stuff. But it's really mostly dogs and cats.
All right. Do you have any questions for us then?
No, I would just really appreciate that if y'all would consider funding us at the same level that you did last year.
Okay. Thank you, Dr.
Very much. Thank you,
Appreciate
guys.
it.
Thank you for the work that you do for the community.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Okay, see Stanford House is here.
Ready?
We're ready. We've been waiting all this time.
Look at all these people who've been waiting.
I'm Nancy Brannon from Stanford House. Thank you for taking the time to hear us this morning. I'm not going to give a big presentation because you guys all know what Stanford House is about, and that it was left as a gift from Maddie Bell Stanford to the community of Cooke County. We serve senior citizens from all over the county. Every commissioner's precinct, we have guests and participants. So we are asking for the same amount that we did last year, not for an increase. And so I hope that you can see your way clear to do that. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Sounds good.
It was.
That was easy.
Thank you,
All
Nancy.
right,
Thanks for coming.
Appreciate it.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. Historical Commission. Mr. Norman Newton.
Good morning. I am Norman Newton. I'm the chairman of the Northern Cooke County Historical Commission. We have previously received $1,000 from y'all each year. This year, I've upped that to $1,500. The reason that for the increase is because the ongoing cost of everything, and a small historical marker now is $1,500. And that would be if the Historical Commission is funding a particular marker. Generally, that doesn't happen. At the present time, we have 4 historical markers that's being made by this Texas Historical Commission. and those are all privately funded. But nonetheless, sometimes it comes up that we have something of historical significance that we don't have private funding. And also, this also provides money should we attend the annual meeting or a budget workshop somewhere in the state of Texas. This past year, we did have one historical marker unveiling for Colonel Thad Blanton, Fairview Cemetery. It went real well. We have about 13 Cooke County Historical Commission members in our group. They all, some of them are really long serving our county. So that is my presentation, and I appreciate y'all's consideration.
Now is when it becomes important.
Yes, you are, John.
I'm still on it.
You're still on.
All right.
Yeah. Any questions?
Any other questions?
Good, good. Thank you for what you do.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you, Norman. Appreciate
You
it.
bet.
Brings up Texoma Community Center.
Gonna get two for the price of one today. I'm gonna stand over here so you can see. I'm Sylvia Kay. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for microphone. Okay.
All being recorded.
Okay. For Texoma Community Center, which is the local mental health authority for Cooke, Fannin, and Grayson County. When I first started, over 20 years ago, at Texoma Community Center, we were serving about 1,500 individuals, so less than 1,000 from Cooke County. We are now serving over 6,000 individuals. So we have grown significantly. Our population for individuals with severe and persistent mental illness has, it's very hard to keep up with, let me say that. We have an adult mental health program, a child and adolescent mental health program, a substance abuse treatment program, a forensic program, a mobile crisis outreach team, and in those umbrellas we have sub-programs such as our first episode of psychosis program. One of the things, there's 3 programs that we are starting right now that would impact Cooke County, hopefully to help your police department and your sheriff's, the county sheriff's department, reduce the number of individuals with severe and persistent mental illness who are housed in the jails. Our strategic plan this year, and there's a big push at the state level for doing increased jail diversion so that we can have a much more rapid response for individuals who have psychosis or some other form of mental illness, to reduce the population in the jails, because those are the highest dollar cost to the county, are individuals who have some kind, especially the psychosis, who, you know, the jail individuals are not, the officers are not equipped to deal with some of the intensive psychotic episodes. We have just received some funding, and we're going to need more for jail-based competency restoration program. What that is individuals who are facing court and are deemed that they're not competent to be able to participate in their trial presentation have to be restored to competency, and there's a program that's usually at the state hospitals. Well, the wait list for the state hospital for competency restoration can be anywhere from 6 to 8 months to 2 years. It is extremely crowded and difficult to get into a state hospital for competency restoration. So what we are doing, and we are rolling this program out this summer, is to provide the same services that would be applied at the state hospital to individuals in the local jails so that we can give them court-ordered medication and restore their ability to participate in their trial, which would get them through the court system much more rapidly so that they can participate in their trial and get out of jail. The other thing that we are doing is a co-responder model. We received the approval to be able to train our staff, especially our licensed staff, to respond with officers in the community at the time of the 911 calls so that we can help intervene and keep those people from going to jail in the first place. So that's the second program. And we also are trying to, we have this started in Sherman, but we are trying to expand an opioid prevention program where we can administer Narcan and be able to increase the number of people who have the capacity to intervene with someone who is experiencing an opioid crisis. So those are three of the new programs that we are working on with all the other programs. I don't think I have to tell anybody these days how significant the mental health issues are in our communities. The substance abuse, especially in this area, as well as the mental health crisis, increased depression, increased anxiety, increased post-traumatic stress disorder. All of those are facing our communities and impact our communities significantly. So that's why we're here today, is to solicit your support in these programs so that we can help our communities. I'm going to turn it over for the dollars to my Chief Financial Officer, Tom Bowen.
Hello. Thanks. I'm going to just be real quick with the numbers. They're pretty much in the pamphlet I gave you. But we're estimating about $764,000 in expenses associated with Cooke County. That includes, we got 7 full-time people there at our location here over on Grand Avenue. But we also supplement that with roughly 14 people that come once a week for a day to do medical treatment. Also I don't call them psychiatrists, family nurse practitioners. They come once a week and meet up with the clients and everything. So that cost is included in that 764. I'm asking for 55,000, which is about 7.2% of the total costs that we expend here in Cooke County. Our clients and our encounters are going to be close to the same from this year. Some of that is just due to we've had attrition in headcount just because of wages. All your departments are probably saying that they have people that go to Denton or go into the metro and all that. We have that same issue and everything. So we battle with attrition and that. So we still want to try to pay a good wage to the workers that are here in Cooke County and that. I also want to thank you guys for all the support you've been doing in the past years and everything. Whenever we've requested something, you've helped us out and everything, so that is very much appreciated and everything. And we just have a slight increase. I kept it with how I had presented it in the 23 budget. I just left the 24 as the same as I had on that, which is $1,500 more than last year. So your funding is put to good use. We appreciate it all. And if you have any questions.
You said you were asking for how much?
55,000.
Okay. And you said that was 75% of?
7.2.
Okay.
You did.
Yeah, the high majority of our costs is wages and benefits for the staff.
Last year we did 53. Last year we did 53.
Right.
We have a workforce shortage in this area for the type of individuals, a qualified mental health professional or a licensed professional. So we struggle to be competitive to keep good staff.
Yeah. And it says Texoma Community Center. What area do you serve?
We serve Fannin County, Grayson County. And Cooke.
So it is a tri-county.
Yes.
And you're giving the same presentation to those counties?
Yes.
Okay.
And also the four cities, Gainesville,
Yeah.
Sherman, Denison, and Fannin are.
I got you. Okay, any questions? Do you have questions of us?
I'm sorry, I just wanted to thank you for the support we've had in the past, and to let you know that we are really focused on serving the communities that we have, even more than we have been before, where we have expanded our program significantly. We work very closely with your sheriff and your police chief and the staff that they have. Several of them are on our board, and so they know the struggles that we have. So
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Have a good day.
You too. Tri-County Senior Nutrition, better known as Meals on Wheels, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Tell us who you are and present.
Well, thank you all for having us. I'm Greg Pittman with Meals on Wheels of Texoma, a Tri-County Senior Nutrition. We serve Cooke County, Fannin County, and Grayson County. So we have made a request of all three county commissioners' courts. Just broadly, if you don't know, we provide home-delivered meals to nutritionally insecure senior citizens. Our real overarching goal is to keep people in their homes as long as we can. I've yet to meet somebody that wants to lose their independence. So as long as we can do that, we believe that saves the taxpayers' dollars, right? It keeps them at home, which is less expensive than long-term institutionalization, better quality of life, et cetera, et cetera. We are a great example of a public-private partnership because we get a little bit of public money to leverage a little more money, to leverage volunteers, 632 that help us deliver 95% of our food and meals and provide a quick safety and wellness check, so it's a lot more than just a meal. We do that with a little bit of county support. County support is important to us, frankly, not for the dollar figure that we ask. I mean, it's, although we appreciate, I think we asked for $4,000, that's just a drop in the bucket of our $2.4 million budget. But what it helps us effect is a larger grant from the Texas Department of Agriculture. It's called the Texans Feeding Texans Grant, and it generally, I'm simplifying a rather complex process, but they require a minimum of a 25-cent per capita contribution from the county for eligibility. And if that is met, then you can apply. And if it's exceeded, then you rank a little bit higher on the scoring matrix. And generally, it equates to about between a 1 to 6 and a 1 to 10 ratio. So for every dollar we get from you, we get $6 to $10 more from the Texas Department of Agriculture grant. So thus, a $4,000 contribution from you could be expected to provide at least a $16,000 grant back, $24,000 grant back from the county, from the state, and more likely about a $32,000 grant that we'll get in return for your $4,000, making that $4,000 into $36,000. So it's, as far as percentage interest rates go, it's pretty good these days. So we feel like it's a worthy consideration for the Commissioner's Court. We will then use that money as the proverbial additional potato that you throw in the pot when somebody shows up for dinner, right, unexpected. So in other words, our overhead is kind of already covered with our other fundraising efforts. So this money directly goes into providing additional meals with a very slim, if any, administrative overhead taken out of it. So more or less, if you divide that $4,000 by $5.31, which is what it costs us to prepare, serve, and deliver a meal, then that's how many meals that we would extra that you'll be funding. Those meals will go strictly to Cook County residents and strictly to the home delivered meal program. What have I not said?
You said it all. Do you have any questions of us?
Well, I was wondering if you could put a good word in with Noah's Ark. If they have an extra potbelly pig that they're going to have to euthanize, we could probably, make a dinner or two out of that. Sorry.
Oh, well, I think you should have quit while you were.
Sorry, I thought it would be. Shelley doesn't seem to think that's funny.
Yeah, you should have quit while you were ahead.
Yes. Well,
Don't try that on Fannin and
No.
and Grayson. Okay?
Well, in all seriousness, you guys have a resident named Bob Cummins, or Bob Cummins, I think. Maybe that's Whitesboro. He has a place called Hilltop Farms, and every once in a while they'll have a steer that will break a leg or something. But the USDA says as long as that steer can walk itself off the trailer, they can stamp it, which means we can use it. And so it's not great for ribeyes, but it makes great hamburger, and we get that all the time. And so I don't know that a potbelly pig would be worth it, but I'd try anything once. Sorry, Shelley. All right, so they said no on the dogs and cats, though. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Well, that's why I asked about the rabbits earlier.
Rabbit's delicious.
Yeah.
I disagree.
Rabbit is great. The feet bring good luck. Well, we thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Godspeed. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate it.
I see there wasn't an ask in 2022 from them.
Huh?
We didn't fund anything in 2022.
No, they didn't ask for payment.
They gave us the money, we just forgot to ask them for it. We all need to get a better executive director.
Yeah, you really should have quit while you were ahead. Okay. All right then. Do we have anybody from Lost Team here? We got Lost Team yesterday, didn't we?
The sheriff spoke about it.
I thought so. Who do we have that has not? Do we have, is that it?
Batteries? Oh, that's good.
Okay.
I mean, it's on.
Is that Mrs. Farquhar?
You can hear me?
Yeah. I hardly see you over there.
Still haven't got me a snap.
You want me to come over there?
Yeah, come up and boost me up.
We can see you just fine, Kathy.
Okay, well, wait a minute, I couldn't,
That's all right, we can
I stand in
hear
a
you.
chair.
Okay, I'm not gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there. Whoops, wrong glasses. I have to have these now. First of all, I am Kathy Fopper, and I am the director of the Morton Museum. I just wanted to thank you. You just don't know how proud we are of our building right now, because without the funds from last year, we could have not done any of that. And it was way past time. We realized after we got into it that there was just so much that hadn't been done correctly. And so we just really appreciate what y'all do for us and the money that you give. And the building was built in 1884. And it's gone through all these kinds of refurbishings and Band-Aid jobs, I call it. But anyway, in 1968, those lovely ladies saved that building, and we want to save that building, continue to support and give the community the historical values of everything that's here in the community. I'm really going to make this short. Our request this year is to continue to refurbish the inside. When they were working on the outside, the inside came into play. We have found window seals, the bricks are loose and they have to be redone. We have found water leaks in the ceiling, and where the window seals underneath, they're going to have to replace all the sheetrock underneath there. And in the Medal of Honor area, there is a strip that's completely it's all turning loose and it's gonna have to be remudded, all that area in there. As I said, all of this is just to continue to save that building. And I know that the last 2 years, we've asked for quite a bit, and we do appreciate it, and we know that times are hard, but we do request, and also we use our county money for programs and our advertising, and so it's a little, we do 2 ways, but our main objective right now is to get the inside of our building repainted and repaired, and where it will last another 100 or 200 years. So, anybody have any questions? I mean, the last time the windows and things were repaired, and like I just said, it was really a Band-Aid job. When they got in there, they found that it really had, you guys will know more than I do, the backing, it was just they just put the sealer over it, not really sealing anything.
It was a facade job.
Yeah, it was just, a repair. And like I said, it's kind of a repair, it's a Band-Aid job. It's just, we need to save that building. We'd like to have twice that space, but there's no room. And with the firehouse next door now, that's bringing in, some visitors and different things. And of course, we always get visitors from Windstar and all over the county, and the groups that come in for book clubs and different things. So.
That was a good event you had the other night. It rained 20 minutes prior to it. What were you going to do?
Plan B? That's what we had thought we would go to the depot some way or other. And we do use the depot quite a bit. And I know that's city, but also, our exhibits and things are down here too. So we're not going to do that. Yeah, that was scary. We were sitting inside watching it rain and thinking, what are we going to do now? What are we going to do? But it turned out, it cooled off, and we had a good turnout, and so we're still tallying everything. You know how it is. It takes a while to get everything in. So, and we will be having new board members coming on in September. So that's going to be something new that hopefully I can say, oh, look what we already have. So, anything else that y'all can?
Thank you, Kathy. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm putting up the new exhibit. All the school stuff is going up, and it's all spread out now, and you can see a lot more. So if you guys have anything from your school days that you'd like for us to on loan to borrow or put out in display?
Luckily, I'm probably too young to have anything in a museum.
I got my son's jacket in the museum. Now, that's what I thought too.
They can come see my picture in your books.
That's right.
There you go. So that can't be. What
I'm
you just
1
said.
year younger than your daughter.
Well, let's see, what do I have? I have something first.
I'm just-
I went through the closet. Oh, yeah, that one. But we've got a pretty good exhibit right now, but I'm still searching for other things, so. Oh, and we're going to turn the log cabin into an old school. So that's.
Oh, really?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm also glad to see you guys, and thank you again.
See you, Ginger.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye. Is Judge Happingham going to be here this morning?
Yeah, she said she could come early, and I just.
Okay, I didn't know whether she
I don't know
was.
if we want to do our supplemental or wait on her, or we can wait on her. She
I
said
think-
she could come early.
Okay, well, is she on her way, do you know? or-
Well, if you're gonna do the supplemental, you need Elizabeth down here. Is she here?
This is supplemental.
Insurance.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna try to sneak to the little boys' room real quick.
Take a break.
All right, why don't we take a break? That's a real good idea.
Because you don't have a quorum.
Pardon?
You don't have a quorum. You don't have a quorum.
Go on it.
We're on break, right?
Well, I
Is it-
can't declare it. If you want to go on break, it's not declared, but you go right ahead, is what I'd say.
Are we on mute, Christian?
Eight minutes after 10. Return at 20 after.
Janelle said she'd be here 5 minutes, so we're taking how long a break?
This is going to be a 12-minute break. Yeah. It is now 10:24. Christian, are you ready? All right, let's come back in from break. Judge Haverkamp, would you like to be our first presenter?
Sure.
Get you back on your way again?
Okay.
All right then.
So, y'all want me just to go down through the line items?
Just tell us what you want.
Oh, how much time do you have? Well, I'll just go through each line item and tell you, I'll just go over the ones where I've requested an increase. And probably the major one is in the court reporter's salary. There is a statewide shortage in court reporters. And I don't know how, and we have district judges across the state and county court law judges have discussed this. We don't know really how we got into this situation, but there is an absolute shortage of court reporters. And how it affects us is when we need a substitute court reporter, we are unable to secure one because what we pay a substitute court reporter is tied to what our court reporter's salary is, and we're low. We're low. Well, of course, our court reporter has been with us quite some time, and she at any given time has 5 briefs due in the Court of Appeals, and it takes some time. Like today, we have a substitute court reporter, and we're able to get Denise, who used to be my court reporter, but since and Denise is available sometimes, but since what is paid to the court reporter is based upon what the salary of our local court reporter is, it's difficult for us to get out-of-town court reporters, and Denise is not always available. And the reason it's so difficult for us to schedule is because Collin County pays $140,000, Denton County pays $140,000, and Grayson County, they've had to raise theirs. I talked to Judge Fallon over there, who in the beginning of the year was looking for a court reporter because his long-term court reporter resigned, and they had to raise theirs substantially. Talked to a judge in Denton County who lost the long-term court reporter, and they had to raise theirs substantially. Talked with judges at the conference, and everyone is just desperately looking for court reporters, and everyone's had to raise their salary. Teresa right now, and I think this is with her longevity, it says here she makes 89. I think with her, it must be her longevity, I think she makes around 93. I think I checked with Shelley on that, 93.
This does include longevity.
That does include longevity, because I wrote down 93, but around 90 according to this. I've asked for 115. That it would make us at least competitive with the smaller counties. The associate, the CPS court, they're in the same boat. They cannot get court reporters over there either. They're calling and asking if Teresa's available, and she's not, because she's working in our court. So the only way that we're going to be able to get substitute court reporters is if we have a competitive salary. I don't know how long Teresa's going to do this. I'm not going to say her age, but just other than she's older than I am. And so y'all know that. Y'all know that that's old. So we're going to have to raise the salary. be competitive. And it's not just our problem, it's a statewide problem on the court reporters. The only other thing, we raised office supplies. I don't have to tell y'all that everything has gone up. Now the administrative judicial region fees, that's set by the administrative region. And Shelley, I'm assuming that 3,000, that's based upon when I prepared the budget, we didn't have the amount from the region, but that includes that amount.
The new amount's $3,058.
And I'm assuming that went up because during COVID, that goes to the region, and it's our pro rata percentage based upon our population to all the other district judges, all the other districts in the region. Our cost of the expense for the seminars and other expenses for the region, the salary for the administrative judge and his assistant, that's our pro rata share of the expenses. And I think it had gone down because of COVID, because there wasn't any training or seminars. So now it's going back up to what it historically was. The reason and the only other increase you'll see is for the conference for the court coordinator, and that went up by 1,000, and the bonds doubled and the association dues doubled. The bonds and the association dues, that is for the assistant court coordinator. I've asked that my assistant now and also have a bond and have association dues. Because now I have, I don't know if you've met her, if you haven't, come up and meet her. She's a great young lady, Courtney Palmer, lives in Munster. She is young, and she is very eager to make this a career. So I think that this is just not a stop in the road for her. I think she wants to make this a career, so she's a long-term employee, wants to learn the job, and I think that would be money well spent for her to start going to these conferences, because I think she's long-term and be an asset to, certainly she's an asset to my office, but I think that it would be an asset to the county. So I think it'd be great to invest a little money in her for conferences. So I guess the big thing is the court reporter.
Well, and statute says that the salary is set by court order unless it's above a certain percentage, and then she has to, the district judges have to get approval from Commissioner's Court.
I think I can set it, as long as it doesn't exceed 10% increase, and if it's over 10%, which this will be, I have to get approval.
And what are you asking for on that one? On the assistant? No, on the assistant.
Oh, nothing.
Oh, okay. That's what I misunderstood, and I didn't see it here. So you were just bragging on her.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I'm just asking that we increase the travel expenses for that position so she can go to some of these seminars herself.
Okay.
Court reporter is paid regular salary or?
Yes.
Yeah, she's paid regular salary. Now, so if she has to take time off to complete a brief, and the courts of appeals are really cracking down on the time that she has to get a brief in. If it is a brief that the defendant is indigent, so the county's paying her to type that record, and she has to get a substitute court reporter because she has to complete that, then that comes out of her pocket. She has to pay that. But if the county's paying her, then she has to pay for the visiting court reporter. But if not, the county has to pay for the visiting court reporter.
Okay. Seems like years ago, court reporter school was a very popular thing to go to. I had one of my assistants, Darla, going to court reporter school. Sherry
Yes.
going to, not one of my assistants, but they carpooled. It seemed like there were 2 or 3 others in the county at the same time involved. I know Darla has moved on and so.
You know, that would be a great job for somebody
Oh,
now.
yeah.
You know, I think there was talk a couple of years ago, you know, everybody was talking that, you know, it was going to go away, we're going to go to electronic reporting, and I think that scared a lot of people off, but certainly we haven't, and there's a real need, and at the conference, it was a subject that was talked about a lot. And one judge said that he understood 2 new court reporting schools had opened up. You know, I just wish my daughter could type, but I'd send her. But it's a good career.
Well, I think it'd be a shame to cut the person out of that job.
Oh,
right
yes,
there.
because there's things that a recorder cannot
That's
pick
right.
up.
That's right.
Cannot pick up. So, and somebody's going to have to transcribe it anyway.
That's right.
So Shelley, on the court reporter, I see that salary, but where do we pay for the
Transcripts are
the
separate.
fill-in?
The what?
Like whenever she has to get one on the days off or whatever?
The visiting court reporters is in Fund 34.
Oh, it's a different, okay, I'm sorry.
So there should be a page behind, should be an orange page behind Fund, Department 435001.
There it is right there.
So she has the technology money like county court at law judge did, and she has the court reporter.
I see.
So she has 20,000 for a visiting court reporter, and I put 10,000 in for transcripts, because they also get paid for typing the,
I see. Is that gonna be enough if?
that's all the fund has.
Huh?
That's all the fund has.
Okay. Do we need to put some in the regular budget to cover that?
She has trial expense if,
Okay,
when
okay.
this runs out.
If she has to pay them more to lure them in, there is some money
Yeah.
someplace else, okay. I was doing the numbers on that, that's not adding up.
Just as a backup or reference, Madison County Auditor, sent out a listserv question about, in the struggle to find court reporters, has any county decided to purchase specialty recording equipment and have the county judge's secretary sit on the bench with the judge to run the recorder? Apparently, this county judge is probate, we have county court at law for that. So Madison County, which is Madisonville, is struggling to find court reporters. And the auditor from Ward County, which is Monahans, West Texas, almost in New Mexico, says that they were doing remote court reporting during COVID. Her brother used to work for one, but has gone back to being an independent court reporter. But for what it's worth, the Court Reporter Association has been trying for years to encourage people to become court reporters, but it's just isn't happening in large numbers. It's getting harder to find them. So that's from two sections of the county, or state, and so they're all everybody's struggling to get a court reporter.
140, I immediately thought about my daughter's gonna be graduating high school, she needs to go be a court reporter.
Yep. And then they get paid for their transcripts.
Yeah.
So that's separate.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a good thing.
And like I said, Denise New, who used to be my court reporter, is working today, and I was just talking to her about it. She said she gets a call every day.
I bet that's,
And it's not just in court, it's depositions.
And the statute says if they fill in for a regular court reporter, they make the same money as that regular court reporter.
Right, yeah, I understand how, yeah.
So, and that's.
Well, because it wouldn't be fair to your court reporter that
Yeah.
takes a day off and then the person coming in makes,
More.
50% more than they make for a
Right.
day's wage. Yeah, I get it.
once upon a time, there was some talk about doing remote arraignments and everything else, and I know that wasn't a real popular thing around here. You don't do remote,
I do
do you? Or-
Zoom court appointments. and that to
Okay.
help the jail out. And that, they don't have to bring them over from the jail for a court appointment. And just briefly about Zoom, or the remote, I did one today. It was a meeting between me and the attorneys. And the attorney was in town, and he froze no less than 4 times, and that is so frustrating. And I'd like to do Zoom as much as possible, but it just sometimes
it just doesn't work.
Very frustrating. And it's really frustrating when you're dealing with defendants who, when they start to not like what you're saying, they're all of a sudden start getting really bad reception. So I don't do arraignments remotely because a couple of reasons. That and you need to have the defendants in person and with their attorney because. And with the district attorney, because that's one more opportunity for the defendants and their attorney to meet with the district attorney, and maybe they'll work out the case.
Yeah.
So actually, all the parties, well, the attorneys, and sometimes that's maybe the only time that, not really the only time, but the time that the defendant gets to meet with their attorney and talk with their attorney. So that facilitates their communication with their attorney, and then the communication with the attorney and the DA's office, and that results in moving the case quicker. So we do court appointments remotely to make it easier on the jail, but arraignments we do in person. And we do, sometimes we do 35 to as many as 60 or more at one time, and they bring them in shifts in the jail. They're not all in jail. We do that many at a time, but we try to organize it where we do, all one attorneys at one time.
This has nothing to do with your budget or anything like that, but have you ever done, we did a formal inquest once years ago. You were the prosecutor, essentially. I was the judge, I was a JP, essentially. Do you ever do formal inquests anymore? That's really...
Do I?
Have you gotten involved in any?
No.
I don't think we've even... That may be the one and only in this county.
What's a formal inquest?
Formal inquest is where the deceased relatives may ask for a formal inquest. You actually have have to have testimony and everything else.
Were they questioning cause of death? They disagreed with law enforcement's finding on cause of death?
Or that would be one reason. That's right. And so you actually have to have somebody do the questioning. You actually have to have a judge, the whole 9 yards. And in this case, the JP was the judge, and I think you were DA at the time. And but it's a very interesting thing. Time consuming, but
yeah.
Anyway, I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions for the judge?
I'm good.
I appreciate your time.
Thanks,
Thank
Judge.
you very much.
Thanks, Judge.
Thank you.
See y'all later.
Bye-bye. Still haven't heard anything from you. So we're gonna go to it this afternoon then? Okay.
Y'all, when she presented her budget the other day, y'all decided to stick with the current.
Yeah, and that's what, yeah.
But, you can talk about it again. Because if you want to.
I think sticking with what we got, keeping the out-of-pocket is similar to some sort of a raise too.
Yeah. And I think that I think we were all, if I remember correctly, in agreement that that's what we should do. I don't think there's I don't think.
Say that again?
So, Jason, they decided to recess and come back at 1:30. because we haven't talked raises and need some ideas to
Okay.
put a preliminary budget together.
Need some numbers.
Yeah. Okay. I'll push the things I had planned this afternoon. Not a problem.
Yeah, it shouldn't probably take too long.
No, it's fine. I'll go do some things that I was gonna do later this afternoon. I'll do them when we recess.
Okay with you, Matt? Pam, okay with you?
We're just taking a break now, reconvene later.
We'll just reconvene at 1:30.
Salaries and all is gonna have to, you know, we have to, Elizabeth's not coming in this afternoon, is she either? She's gone. Okay. We on? We're running?
I'm not, 'cause we didn't say we can hang out.
All right, it is now 1:33, and we will convene the afternoon session, and we're going to discuss some items that we have not discussed in the past. And with that, Commissioner Hollowell.
I need a little help, y'all, just a second. If I can run back through what y'all talked about today and y'all can give me a little bit of input. I don't think there's anything major. On the Munster, looks like, did anybody oppose to what was proposed, right? Okay. On Visto, it was left at 0. Abigail's Arms was left at 25, and then the 15 will be added for child advocacy for a total of 40. Is that what y'all stayed with?
We didn't change anything, we just heard them out.
Okay. And the only one.
Let me make sure and ask a question on that. The sexual awareness or not awareness and the abuse, that one I'm going to have to not take part in, and which is part of Ginger's overall.
I don't think it's a problem in the preliminary.
Okay.
Because we're not really voting today, but we kind of need to know if you have any objections to it.
Oh, okay, have none,
You
no
know,
objection.
but come budget time, we actually want to vote on it. If you want to pull it aside and abstain, right?
Yeah, they have-
And I don't
have no
know,
objections.
I'd never heard the explanation before of the, I hadn't heard it was broken down into 5 different entities. You know, because the 2 they've typically highlighted is victims assistance and child advocacy. So y'all didn't change any of that. Okay, and did we leave the Stanford House at 5,000? Did we hear from the Stanford House this morning?
We did. Nancy came in and she basically just said what it was last year. What was it last year?
Well, what it was from 2019 until 2022 was $1,500.
Okay.
And we tripled it to 5,000.
Yeah, well, I think that's what she left it at this morning.
Yeah,
5.
so, and that's the one that I had reservations because we have people that continue, we got new people showing up every time, and then once they start, they continue to increase their request. So, had I been here, I probably would have not necessarily, like I said, we didn't vote on anything, but my suggestion on that would have been go back to the 1,500. Okay?
And I'd have disagreed there. I'd have said 5,000 like it was.
Yeah.
I think that's what she added for.
Tri-County Nutritional, did y'all hear from them?
Yes.
Okay, and y'all left that at $37.50. $3,750, what it appears to be.
That one I'm definitely not going to get involved in.
Okay, all right.
Since we deliver, I'm on the local board and the Tri-County board.
Okay, but none of you other guys didn't object to anything this morning. Y'all just heard it.
But I think he said just what it was last year.
Okay, then that's what it was last year. Okay, y'all heard from the district judge, and that's kind of a courtesy for her to brief us because we really don't have a whole lot of input on it.
We do have some input on the salary that she wants to do.
There was a big change in the court reporter.
Yeah, I understood there might be a significant request.
And we have to, since it's more than 10%, she does need our approval on that one.
Okay, that's a good.
But she's saying she's having problems. So in order for her to, whenever she has to hire a visiting court reporter, that has to coincide with her court reporter pay, and since her court reporter pay is lower than average, she's having trouble getting traveling court reporters. So, and the statute states that they have to coincide, so in order for her to be able to have a higher paying traveling reporter, her reporter would have to get a significant raise. It's more than 10%, which requires Commissioner's Court approval.
Okay, that's a good observation. What do y'all, did y'all ask her if we could hold it at 10?
No, we didn't, but I figured we'd talk about it. She said that she named off a bunch of court reporters making $140,000. she'd like to raise hers from from 90 to 114.
Okay, so 24,000, yeah. And, I mean,
And I think, didn't that also include the CPS court?
I don't know who, doesn't the state provide that reporter?
No, the state does. They didn't include the CPS.
Yeah, see, I don't think,
I thought they did, but I could be wrong.
I wasn't here, can't answer that, but it's my understanding that we didn't provide, we don't provide the judge for that over there, for CPS. See, there's a special judge comes in for that, and I'm gonna use this term wrong, but she's not truly a traveling judge, she's a legit associate judge, but by traveling, she hosts courts in different counties.
Right.
So I think she may have a court reporter that travels with her, but I don't know that for a fact. But I don't think her and Janelle share one because they would have conflicts. No, because they'd both have court same day and then they wouldn't have.
Oh, I don't think they share one, that's not what I'm saying. But I somehow got the impression that our court was responsible for her report.
Did you get that? I don't
What
think
did
that's
you get?
That's pretty much what I got out of it. We were responsible for the report.
For that court
for
over
the
there too?
CPS.
I didn't catch that part over there.
No, I don't think so.
No, we don't. That's provided.
Is she in court, Pam?
No, it's not on her budget.
Yeah. I wouldn't think so.
It's not. It's not on her budget.
I have a question for her, if y'all want her to come down.
Do what?
No, I don't want her to come down.
I was gonna give her a call.
I know I just saw prisoners come in. I know she's doing magistration.
Magistrations. Well, I won't call her then if you saw her. We'll do it another time.
Okay, so we'll set, right now, I think
Was Elizabeth coming back?
I sense she wasn't. So I sense at this point in time, we put her request in the preliminary to be sure that we cover. Actually, I think we'll put some stuff in just so we don't miss it, but we need to keep it highlighted.
I don't think we have any choice but to approve her, at least that reporter. Even though it's significant, I don't think that she can operate without a reporter, and I think that what she said was probably correct. She can't get one unless we...
Yeah.
There's, boy, that's correct.
Of course, we, again, we put the number in, but let's go see what it's going to take to fund this.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
I think she would
Like you said,
absolutely.
we're going to put some things in here that some of us
Yeah,
don't
let's
agree.
put-
Make
and-
notes. Make notes of the stuff you don't agree with, and then we'll work. We'll
Well,
work back
let's
through
start
it.
off with that.
Yeah, and she's sensible. I mean, she'll work with us. If we can't do the full, what was it, about 20,000, maybe we can do 10, who knows? But I think we put it in there, and Sharon, I think, is the one taking notes, but show that as one to revisit, please, if necessary. Okay, we got an email from Shelley, and we got some numbers on COLA, cost of living increases for retirees. I can't speak to that with any great deal of intelligence, but would anybody like to try to fund that if there's money there? Some small amount if there's money there?
Yeah.
I mean, I think it would be a good deal. This is something probably we need to,
Seems like we did it 2 years ago, maybe. We've done it since I've been here.
no, not COLA bubble.
I think. I
No,
thought
we
had.
fund their insurance. Every year their insurance goes up for retirees and we've had to fund it, but no cost of living.
I thought, for some reason, I thought we did.
No.
I know it hadn't been recently, but.
No. I absolutely, with some considerable degree of confidence to say we have not done that
Okay.
since I've been here. And it looks like I said, she broke down several plans. She showed a 2% plan, a 3% plan, and then 10% of consumer price index. I would, if we could do something like a 2%, which is not, shouldn't be a considerable amount of money, but.
Did she give us those
I think
numbers?
that's gonna come at the end with the rest of it.
Do what, Matt?
So I think when you figure all the rest of this out before you worry about that, that needs to come with the rest of it, don't it?
Well, no, I think it's like raises, like the raises in general. We put it in, and then if we need to, take it out. That's, I mean, like I said, there's gonna be some other things we're gonna talk about here in a minute that we ain't all gonna agree on, but we put them in, and if we have to, we take them out. So, and I guess everything probably we're gonna talk about, Sharon, we're gonna ask you to note to, keep it, it'll still be unresolved, but to go back and revisit between preliminary and final. Everybody good with that?
I'm not gonna touch this one.
Okay. Well, yeah, we're talking overall though now.
You what now?
We're talking overall budget though now. In other words, we're gonna talk about some things we're gonna put in the preliminary.
Okay.
That we may not,
Okay.
not about retirement. It's not about
But with you
retirement.
being a current employee, that's not a conflict of interest.
No.
You're the county judge, you're the chief
Yeah.
budget operator.
I'm also a retired.
But I understand, but
And
you're,
that's what I'm saying.
but it's,
If we're talking about what Gary just said, yes, I'm all for it.
I know, but
Okay.
it's still not a conflict of interest.
I mean, Judge, if you had to recuse yourself from everything, then you wouldn't be qualified to set the chair.
Okay, but
Yeah.
what we're talking, seriously, what we're talking about is me talking about what my retirement, am I gonna make a decision on my retirement pay?
Yeah.
And I would not feel comfortable doing that, so I'm not gonna do it, okay?
Okay.
I just don't wanna go there.
Yeah. But like I said, by default, you're the man on most of this stuff. But anyway, I would, can anybody look at that sheet of paper and point to what it costs to fund that 2%? It looks like past and future. This one we probably need to get with Shelley and better understand it, but.
Okay, now you talk about employees, or are you talking about COLA now? 2%?
2% of the limited number of people that we have out there that are, I'm gonna use the word, surviving, retirees. I don't know for sure what that number is, but, people that are currently drawing retirement checks from the county.
Okay, and you're talking about a 2% increase.
But a 2% for them would be based on what their salaries was, as I understand it, 20 years ago, when they retired.
And that's the one I'm not gonna get involved in, because I would be directly involved in what my retirement pay is, and that's not right.
If nobody objects, just on that one subject, I'm gonna have Shelley call in at some point if she gets a minute. Okay.
See what we're paying in, Gary, on that COLA?
I'm sorry, Matt.
462,000, is that what we're paying him now? Or that's what?
I'm gonna wait and ask for clarification, so maybe confuse this less. Okay, that's like right now, guys. Shelley, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I got you on my speakerphone held next to the mic here at the bench. Our question is about the COLA. Where do we see the actual number on the documents that you give us as to what each plan would cost?
Come down,
Reti-
bit halfway, and it's bolded kind of in the middle.
Okay, so 2% pre-funded appears to be $462,878 to fund it.
If you pay for it all at once. If you come over to the right of that a little bit, and you see the box that says required rate of 807, I think, or 870.
It's 8.70.
8.70, and then the number right above that is like 8.98.
Well, no, the one right above that is 8.98 is to the right.
Somewhere in there it says 8.98 or something.
Okay.
If you don't pay the whole amount at once and you pay for it every paycheck, our rate goes from 870 to 898.
Okay, so if we pay for it every paycheck or every other paycheck, Shelley? What do we?
Every paycheck, when you put in your 7%, we match it with that rate every paycheck.
Okay.
That's the county's rate.
Okay. But based on the fact this is for retirees, can we not make did you suggest that maybe we don't have to make a lump sum payment of $462,878 and we could make it on a monthly basis? How do they get paid?
Make
Monthly?
it on a paycheck basis, but it will be perpetual. It will be forever. It will be
Just like what they're drawing now.
Yeah.
But is that $462,878 every year perpetual? Is that the number that's a perpetual number? Or is it break down into a monthly?
No, that'd be perpetual, either paying for it every paycheck or lump sum every year.
Okay, just like we pay our employees now in their retirements. It comes out on monthly installments or paycheck installments.
Correct.
Okay. So, guys, y'all with me? You get what she's saying? If we spent the $462,878, it'd be every 2 weeks. It'd be broken out into every 2 weeks, but it's perpetual, just like giving an employee a raise today.
That's how much it would cost you for the year. But it's 0.28% added onto our rate we pay every paycheck. Or we write the check once a month, but it's withdrawn and held, and we pay it once a month.
Okay, so if we wanted to give a 2% past and future, then it would cost us ultimately $462,878 a year.
Yes. Right now, yes.
Yeah, okay. All right.
I mean, I can call and get a 1% if you want that.
Well, what our goal is to put some numbers in on anything we think we might support. And then what I've asked Sharon to do is make a note of, we don't have but about 6 or 7 items we need to go back today and plug numbers in for, as best I can guess. And then once you run the numbers, then we may have to back off of them.
Okay.
But if we don't put numbers in, we won't know, right?
Right.
Okay. All right. Are you watching just out of curiosity?
No, I'm not.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you about the other at this point.
Okay.
Okay, bye.
All right, bye.
Okay. By the other, I mean the reason she's not here. For those on the court. Okay. Guys, I personally would like to, that's the smallest of the numbers that I saw, I believe. Did anybody see anything else smaller? I really didn't study the CPI numbers. Which goes off, the cheapest number funded with the consumer price index is 640,000. So I don't think we can go there. Anybody have any objection to plugging that number into the preliminary budget? Knowing yet to be voted and may have to pull it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, all right. All right. Here's what I think are the ones that we really hadn't settled on. And some of them, I think we just have to go in knowing that we put some numbers in that we may rehash, okay? One was the clerk's position for precinct 1. I think we put a number in for the precinct 1 administrative assistant, but at the same time, I'm still going to advocate for statistics, not just some verbal how I feel. I mean, what we've got statistics to justify a job, and then I've got then some of us think that there's a job justified. I think we put the administrative assistant in for Jody. I'm sorry, for precinct 1. Anybody object to that? Okay? And if somebody, and I think the judge agreed to talk to precinct 2 to ask them for supporting documentation to justify that position. You good with that, Judge?
Well,
Say that last part again.
We need some numbers to see if there's enough workload over there to justify that third position.
Okay.
I mean, we got one guy giving you stats, you got one guy we don't know. I mean, and if you guys just want to say, hey, carte blanche, we're not going to remove that position, then fine, but, you know.
okay, but once again, here's the problem you get into. What kind of supporting document are you looking for? Are you looking for just simply numbers of tickets?
Well,
because if that's the case, that's just wrong.
No, Judge, we know for a fact those two courts don't perform the same.
I know that.
For one, I know that Jody Henry does Zoom meetings and Zoom hearings. That's a function he performs that creates workload and resolves more cases, okay? He does payment plans. The other court doesn't do that. And that's just the 2 or 3 things we don't know about. But the numbers, the actual, I would base from a business standpoint that the number of citations handled being 4-to-1 and revenues being 3-to-1, that it absolutely suggests that there's more going on in precinct 1 than there is precinct 2. So, and again,
well, I think we all agree with that. However, my objection is taking away an employee from a court.
Do we take any pleasure in it? You know, neither one do, because we were here when we had layoffs before. Those
yes,
decisions
and I was part of it, and you know how I felt for the next 4 years?
But it was still the best business decision at the time for the county.
Well, I can disagree with that.
Okay, so we agreed we're going to disagree on some of this stuff.
Yes, we are.
But I mean, if the rest of the court doesn't, if they're not concerned about my thought process, then, you know, but.
Well, I may be the one, I may end up being the one person that doesn't agree with it, okay, but fine,
I mean, I'd be curious to look at the numbers, but you know,
I don't mind looking at the numbers, but
I'm
that
the one
doesn't-
who fought for that third position to be there, so I want to, you know, take a lot of thought.
But you requested certain considerations for that position that never happened. Hours worked and stuff of that nature that never took place.
Keep in mind, one other thing too, that we talked about, you know, well, for instance, even with tickets, all of 82 is in precinct 1. None of 82 is in precinct 2. There's not much in precinct 2 of I-35 that is being worked on or is they're even patrolling right now. Okay, so that's why I say I don't think, even with the numbers of tickets, I don't think you can use that to decide on how many people it might be that a year from now, especially if we get the way station or whatever, who knows where all of those tickets are going to go, okay? And so I can't justify in my mind taking away a person right now, or at any time, from precinct 2. I can certainly justify giving a person to precinct 1. I've never had an objection to that. But not taking one away from precinct 2. And that's been my thing all along, regardless of numbers of traffic tickets or...
Is that any numbers, Judge?
What?
Any numbers? Does he not need to give us any numbers? Should he not be able? Should he not be able to produce basically the same thing that Precinct 1 did? They're doing the same job.
Yeah, but they're not doing the same job. I just got through saying.
Well, I understand what your perception of that is, but just because you and I say there's less traffic on 82 or there's less traffic on 35, that don't necessarily make it gospel.
Yeah, but having been in that position for 12 years myself, I can tell you it is.
Yeah, but you know things have changed a ton. I mean, just since you've come back here and said you've learned a whole lot of things have changed in county government.
And you can make a case then if they were left down there where they should have been all along, and instead of moved up here, then it would have been a ton different too. But
might have been less.
Yeah, it might have been.
I mean, that's 10-year-old history.
It might have been. So let's don't even go there.
So right now, the unresolved, or one that I suggest we put the individual in for precinct 1, and I support that based on his presentation and his numbers. I would suggest that we ask precinct 2 to provide us their statistics to see how they compare. And if that's not a decent assessment and fair assessment, I don't know what is.
Well, I don't care how they compare. I guess.
Oh, so regardless of what the numbers are, you just want to leave him with somebody.
I don't care what the numbers say right now, today, okay? What I'm saying is that regardless of the numbers, I want the personnel to stay the same in precinct 2. And let's go ahead by all means and add a person to precinct 1, because I think he can justify needing another person. But I can't see, regardless of what the numbers are, because we're talking traffic tickets, which ebb and flow with the.
But there's a whole lot of other things that go on in those offices besides the traffic tickets. And
We're not gonna solve this
Absolutely.
today anyway. Let's put the one in for precinct 1. What's next on that?
Okay. Do we not want to ask the judge for numbers?
I thought he said he was going to.
But do you know what we're asking for? Can you show him Jody's list? They should all have the same list of things they're doing. It won't do anything. It won't change yours. But there's 4 people. It may not change any of them. It may well change my mind. If the numbers are remotely the same, I absolutely wouldn't support removing it. But if there's if it's 4 to 1 on every one of those line items, you'd have a tough time telling me numbers don't mean anything.
Okay, but you know good and well right now it's not going to be 4 to 1 or anything like that.
Well, the only 2 numbers I have it is.
Traffic tickets, certainly it will be. The other things, no. And the other thing is what happens when a year from now, and things have changed considerably, and all of a sudden precinct 2 needs that other person, or even 2 people again. What's going to happen then?
You staff it to meet the need. But if you have a 3-year lull over there, do I pay somebody $70,000 a year for 3 years to sit over and just hold down a seat?
But we're talking 1 year. We're not talking.
Well, we don't know. No, we don't know what they've done the previous year. So we may have already spent 70 and another 70 next year.
We'll get your numbers.
Okay.
That's fine. It's not. I'm just saying it won't change my mind.
And I get that.
Regardless what.
I don't understand that logic, but I get that. Huh?
He said he'd get the numbers, put that down for precinct 1.
Compared to precinct 1 and precinct 2.
Right, but you're gonna go ahead and put the number down for new.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Right.
Yes, please. All right. The other thing is the pager system. I think Adam would like to put the number of 170,000 in there. Is that what you want, Adam? That one, we still need some information from Trot on. We put it in there. I personally think that there's probably a $50,000 or $60,000 fix, but we'll have to work the wrinkles out on that one. But if we don't put the number in, then again, if we actually have the need, we want to be able to fund it. Okay? Records preservation, I personally would put leave the 250,000 there. I wouldn't add the other 150. What do you guys want to do? You want to put in 309, or let's say 310 because there's some change after that, or do you want to put in 250?
Well, if you redo the contract, get it to do, what's it called? Pre-preservation. Once you start messing with the contract, you're pretty much screwed.
Well, unless we just tell them, unless we just tell them we're going to stay with the 250 till we exhaust the contract, and we're going to get what we get. And then what happens is, again, we save some money, we go back and do some more over time.
As far as getting to give us some kind of, if we change it to,
If we do a pre-preservation at 65 cents, then we should be able to get,
It's 63 cents, isn't it?
I don't know what it was, Judge. I think it's 65, so maybe 63. But what that says is we're going to get fewer years probably. But at least we'll get that and close this contract out maybe.
And at least we'll get something started.
Yeah, they ain't going to start till they get that.
And I think that the district clerk right now would be okay with pre-preservation. So if we got them started right now with the money that we have paid in, and it goes as far as it can go, realizing it takes a change in contract because the contract asks for full as opposed to pre. We've got to get that done, keep in mind.
Yeah, they need to change the contract for us.
But as they start ahead on the pre-contract with the money that we're already put in, we can start working on future preservation down the road, okay?
Make a note to talk to raises. Make a note to talk to raises. Don't let me forget to talk about raises.
Probably anything in the future is going to be pre too, I would guess.
Yeah, I think she's satisfied with that because she suggests she can go put them in her climate controlled area and she's good.
Yeah, I think so.
So
We're just gonna pay a lot more than 63 cents.
Well, probably
That'd be
so.
$1.30
Yeah,
or whatever.
that's right.
Well, he said though, Adam, he would do the 63 cents. He just wouldn't do as many.
On this,
Yeah. I
but
think
if we do the 309, bring it to 309, he'll do all of that standard
Yeah.
for the 63 cents.
I don't believe he'll ever do that.
That's what he said.
And if he does, they'll be pre.
Well,
But
that's
so
what we're
far,
gonna do.
that number has always changed. So, and as long as we keep funding it, I think it'll continue to change.
Can we not get a solid contract? I mean, if it keeps changing, it sounds to me like we're not checking our contract very well.
Well, it's not ever changed. The contract's never changing. It's we went from full preservation to pre-preservation, you know. The alternative is put in a 309, let him or Marcy or one come back and say, can we rewrite the contract? And then you guys can make up your mind whether you want to spend another $150,000, $60,000. But
I mean, they can't guarantee us they're gonna finish everything they have up to that date. I mean, that's what the contract needs to say, instead of saying,
I think that the new contract number was going to get her to the 1920, but it was gonna cost
it's gonna cost you another.
$150,000
Yeah.
more.
yeah, and I mean,
She said after 1920, the papers unfolded
was it 20 or
themselves.
50?
I thought she said 20.
She showed me some 1920 paper yesterday, and it will actually unfold, and it's got a different feel to it. Doesn't have to have the moisture put back in it and all that.
She
you know.
said,
And she said,
anything after 1920, they can do themselves.
and she said after that, you know, she can, if she goes through and there's some books that are bad, she can do one or two books
Right.
every year out of her budget slowly, or the, succeeding clerks to do that.
Right.
I don't understand the contract we have now.
It says,
You read it, or, I mean, if you
well,
just
it says, what it says
guesstimate
is, it says estimated, so when they realized that they blew their estimation, that's when they came back to us. The first time they came back to us, they wanted another $1.5 million.
And see, that's.
And we said no dice, that's when we just said, okay, no. And so that's what's slowly gotten us to this over the last year. It's been a year.
And so it went back from, the concession then came from whatever the large number they wanted before, down to 58,000, but we was getting less bang for our buck. And as long as there's the word estimated in any of that contract, what good's the contract?
Exactly, that's what I feel like.
And so that's what I'm saying, we'll throw another 150 at it. We done spent $1.5 million or more on preservation. At some point in time, we may have to give something other than records preservation priority.
Would it help get Marcy down here?
She can't tell what the contract is, Judge, at this point. We couldn't explain it the other day.
Just-
Pam, I'm sorry.
Just FYI, I just had to call him on my contract, because Shelley was looking at it, earlier, and she goes, make sure these are the pages. So I went and looked, and on my birth books, and they're like 600 pages. He has 500 pages on every one of them. And he said, that's just an estimate. But then, so he's gonna come back tomorrow, and I'm gonna make him put exactly what it is, just so he can't come back and say, oh, well, it was more than what we thought, so.
So y'all see how this process is working? And it's at some point, you say, hey, this is all we're willing to invest. And even if we go to this $359,000 for the next 3 years, that's how we're getting to the 150, we still don't have everything in this building anywhere close to being preserved. But we're leaps and bounds above most counties, my perception, okay? I guess for sake of time, but guys, what I keep pointing out to you is when we put these preliminary numbers in there and you go try to tie it to the tax rate, you're going to find we're not going to stay at effective, or what they now call no new revenue, with the new numbers we're putting in unless we have significant revenues and new growth. So that goes back then to, hey, if I can pay for one clerk instead of two, one, if one's not productive, whatever, one position. So anyway, what y'all put in 309 and we'll move down the road.
That's what I'm saying. When we get down to the numbers, I think it's everybody sitting in these chairs is gonna be singing a different tune of what we're willing to spend money on.
And all I'm doing is trying to disclose it now.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't intend to.
That's what I'm sitting here doing, is trying to look at the new values and everything, and it's scary. I thought we were gonna be in way better shape than we are, but we're not.
I mean, and I'm putting it out there, but when it comes time to vote, I'm done putting it out here. I'm gonna vote yes or no.
Right.
I mean, I've defended my positions to the very end. So, the other one, the judge withdrew on, it was on the clerk, you've withdrawn. We're to the EA. Guys, we can jump right in there and do an EA. That's about $150,000 in salaries. That doesn't include where we're gonna sit and all those things. And right now, what would it get us? What would it accomplish us that we don't already have? And so I personally, I wouldn't even, knowing I'm gonna have to cut something to fund this budget, that's pretty close to where I'd start. Knowing that my buddy don't like it, but and so what do y'all want to throw in? If you throw $130,000 in there, it ain't gonna cover it. Because the EA is gonna cost you 60 or 70 without bennies. Then they're gonna need at least one person. And if you hire them at an admin at 38, that's gonna cost you 50 or 60 with bennies. So that's 130. And I don't know that it houses in the courthouse. Because it's not that person doesn't report to us. It reports to that board, which is Republican Party chair, Democratic Party chair, judge, you and Marcy, right? No, you and yeah. And then you really don't have total control. What, not name off enough?
Does it, that's just four
Randy, Brandy, Pam, the judge.
Oh, that's five.
That-
I was thinking it's gotta be an odd number.
No, that's fine, okay? But then that person reports to that board. And we're funding it, but then that person, if we have an EA, supports every taxing entity in the county that so chooses. And I don't know that they, Pam, do you know?
Why can't we build the taxing entities for it?
Well,
You do, sort of.
yeah.
Well, I know.
Like
Yeah.
right now, even when I help with the May election, or like, I've got like already 3 that want to contract with me in November. I will bill them. They'll owe a couple thousand or so.
But what kind of money is that, when you bill them, how much is that gonna offset that 130 or 40,000 in salaries, and then everybody's gonna have
If
to
you're doing every election, then even in May and everything, it's, I mean, I would have to
put the pencil to it?
figure out, but
Yeah.
it's not gonna be that.
Yeah. And then you got computers, and then probably gonna have servers, and then, I mean, you're looking, probably time you do all the $250,000,
To get it cranked off, it would be expensive.
you know.
Why don't we, we're not gonna do that, why don't we increase their stipend, because they're working their butts off.
And that's an option too.
Well,
I mean, it's not fair for her, I mean,
well, but we increased hers last year, and we didn't increase,
Increase if you finally gave me one.
yeah, we gave her,
to be quite honest, what she just told me, 1,500, that's not much.
no, we gave you $5,000.
Is it $5,000?
Yeah, $5,000. And keep in mind, when they ran for the job, they knew what it paid, you know, and they knew what it entailed, because both of them, she'd been doing it for years before she ever got elected.
I
So,
think the state's starting to change, wrap up like they're gonna have to be there on Sundays now too.
yeah,
Possibly. I mean,
yeah.
it's a far cry from the 130,000 or whatever. It's down the road ways longer. Just a thought.
Yeah, you know, it's like all the other jobs we got, I think, is how do you put a price on what they're really worth? You know, and if we, everybody, we ought to try to pay everybody what they're worth, but if we do that, how do we fund it? You know, every deputy, I mean, every employee got's valuable.
They have to be out there all day Saturday, now apparently on Sunday too.
One day a year, well, I guess depending on, or 2 days,
I'm
2
more
days.
days than that.
Is it every election or just generals?
Yeah.
Primaries and generals?
And then we've got November. I don't think I have to this November because it says that only if there's state or county candidates on the ballot. So I wouldn't think we would have to do it for this amendment election, but
How many
we don't know if there
elections
might be an official on there. We don't know yet.
how many elections did we have last year?
Last year I just had 3, right? It was the year before we had like 6.
You know, because all the ESD junk and stuff like that. But even if they spent 6 days a year more at $100 a day, or $20 an hour, $160 a day, you know, that's $700-800. And the only ones that don't get paid is the electeds. So, I mean, if you were paying them by the hour, if you was paying them double time, to go give another $4,000 or $5,000 raise would be, you know, pretty lucrative for 3 weekends of work. So, but guys, it's, you know, it's y'all's budget. We put it in there or not put it in there. You know, I mean, it's y'all's budget.
That's something-
We can explain that to the taxpayer, which I won't try.
For me, I don't even want to see it in there right this second, but I definitely want to look at it when we get the final numbers.
Yeah.
But like, I feel like, it's a tough one.
Yeah.
But I just don't feel like there's the money there.
But at the state level, it appears they're trying to get rid of it.
Well, okay, now there's, going back to years ago, there's really 2 ways to do it, what we're doing right now. We can either be very pessimistic and say, well, there's not gonna be money to do it, there's not gonna be money to do that, and get to the final numbers, or at the final day and say, oh, well, look here, we've got a little bit here and a little bit here. It's awfully hard to add stuff back in there, okay, that you could have paid for. Whereas if you start out on an optimistic note, which is kind of what I was hoping we would do here. And that last thing, say, well, okay, that has got to go, and that has got to go, and
We
that has
can-
got to go,
but
fit into it.
You can do, if you want to do it.
And that's kind of what you're saying in a way.
Well, that's already-
I'm being a realist and I'm being a conservative at the
Right.
same time that I just know it's not there. I
Yeah.
mean, I'm
Well,
trying to be a pessimist, but.
Do you know that it's not?
Yeah, we know it's not there, Judge.
How do you know it's
We
not
know
there?
we're $6 million short this year.
Okay.
Okay, we know we're gonna get 300,000 in new revenues, okay?
Right.
And fortunately, because the sheriff's been out getting work, he's gonna make us somewhere between 650
Right.
and $1 million on inmates.
Right.
We're gonna get 350,000 from a grant, so that's about $1 million. And we've got, if we're $6 million short and we end up approving $1 million in increases, which is already there based on sheriff's office raises and
So you
stuff.
already know what Doug's gonna come down the street and tell us.
I have a real good idea, $333,000. I stay involved in this so I can speak to it,
Which
Judge.
is crazy to me.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, but you can anticipate 333,000. You can expect about $1 million through the sheriff's office, so that's 1.3 million. So we're still 4.7 million. We're gonna have to pull out of savings next year to fund this budget. Now, that's
You know, here's your optimistic. I've got 2,500 new houses that'll be built in the next 18 months.
There you go.
That's 18 months from now, if they build out with the market the way it is. You know, I mean, it's just.
But the thing is, they're not built, and to get on the books, they gotta be built.
No, we're a long ways away. I'm just
So we
saying,
might be
there are
18 months.
some optimistic things on the horizon, but we're just not there.
But we gotta wait till those revenues get here before we begin to expend them. You know, fortunately, the sheriff's bringing in money, but what he's doing is helping us offset. And if we take every dime he's bringing in and we allot it, it's gonna be, but you see what I'm saying? It's gonna be a perpetual number, and if all of a sudden we're not getting inmates,
And really-
you're gonna have to make all that up.
And 100%, and really, we're so short on patrol deputies, all that money should go into patrol deputies, you wanna get real technical. I mean,
And he's not so much concerned about shortage, because he said if you gave him 5, he couldn't hire him. He's
Well-
trying to pay him enough to get some to stay.
Yeah, Hey,
But anyway, and guys,
fun.
Judge, I don't
And I'm the
want,
most optimistic person on the planet.
You are not.
you know,
Oh, I am.
and okay, let's get optimistic, guys.
All right, get optimistic.
For the final
Let's
suggestion, well, and I'll tell you what I'll do. If y'all think I'm too pessimistic, I'll shut the heck up and let y'all finish this.
No, you
Okay?
go ahead.
Shelley needs some numbers. We've given her, to this point, everything I know about. COLA, pagers, everything that we talked about that was unresolved, okay? Now then, what we have typically done in the past is ask her to do a budget with no raises, okay? And then do a budget with 3 or 5% maybe. Well, I think 5% is being very unrealistic. I think 3% is optimistic.
We gave raises the last 2 years when I didn't think we should.
Yeah.
So I think 5 was definitely.
Oh, so I don't want to waste your time putting in a 5% number, okay? So here would be my suggestion, and you can label it any way you want to, okay? I suggest she do one budget that includes 5 or 6% for the sheriff's office and his stipends and stuff of that nature. Well, I'm sorry, let's clarify this. I think the sheriff would like to do 6% now, and I see him coming back realistically and asking for 6% next year. We have the luxury of being able to fund that from this $350,000 grant. Would be the only reason I think that we could entertain it and fund it this year.
Where we're gonna get the money next year.
I agree. I'm at, and
Yeah, I oppose using grant money for raises.
And I don't, but it's ultimately, he's gonna get $350,000 and we can spend it on cars and then backfill and give raises out of general fund. But like I said, but what are we gonna do about everybody else? We can't give everybody else 6%. And our biggest, we're having more of a challenge hiring sheriff's deputies and EMS than anybody else. So, what do we, I mean, and I don't want to give the money back.
Go down the line, you know, Nell just told us this morning, court reporters, I mean, We can't keep them, we don't pay enough. I mean,
You're-
where you gonna stop?
Yeah, you're on target. The only thing about this, and I disagree with, well, you hate to disagree with getting money, but once we start doing that, once we incorporate that 350,000 into salaries, when the legislators stop it, you know, and so we either need to tell the employees up front that, hey, this is funded based on grant money, and if it goes away, we may or may not be able to fund it. Now, in theory, if it would fund us, and we have to believe that they've allotted $350,000 a year for this legislative session for 2 years, okay? So if we could fund that through the grant money for the next 2 years, and then, as Jason says, we got lots of new homes coming. If they're up and built, then maybe we will see an increase in our revenues from ad valorem tax. But, I mean, do you want to suggest something else as to what to put in?
Well, let me go back to yesterday. You know, I wanted to be a good boss and do something good for my employees. And I think every boss ought to do the very same. Personally, that's the way I feel. However, when you start doing that, it sounds really good when you're talking to one or two people. But when you're talking to the whole bunch of people, then all of a sudden it becomes, well, wait a minute, how come this person got singled out and made more money than, what's up with that? And then it's not the boss that gets in trouble either, by the way. It's the employee that ends up taking the brunt of it, because now they're the ones that got more than anyone else. So that's one reason I've always been an advocate for being fair and equal and all of that. So my point is a 2%, a 4%, a 6%, and we're getting way out there now. I mean, that's not even doable. But my point is, I think everybody deserves, needs the same thing. Or what we're telling, and after I said it yesterday, what we're telling other people is, you're not as good as they are, okay? Or you're not as necessary as they are. And it feels terrible. That's why I came back in here yesterday afternoon and said what I did. I apologize for even thinking that way, because I hadn't thought it through.
But it's the nature of the beast that you just have to spend more money to fund some positions because different skill sets. And so I get.
Okay, so then, how do you evaluate the EMS people? How do you evaluate the volunteer fire departments?
That's why our job's not easy.
I know.
And on the flip side of it, you know, I have some people say that they love the way I approach county government like I'm running my business. And I have some people say, well, you can't run a government like you run a business. But, you know, sure, we'd love to give all of our employees raises, but in the personal world, if we're not making enough money to give our employee raises, it don't happen.
Exactly. But my point is, why give some and not the others, or some?
Let me answer that for you.
And that's the crap I fell into yesterday.
One flip before I forget it.
Get it, Bub.
Whenever you lost your administrative assistant a few weeks ago, you had 5 or 6, 7 applicants just like that. We have an empty sheriff's department spot or an empty EMS spot, they can barely get one application. So that's the difference there too. You know, it's not that one's better than the other, it's just one is different skill set, requires more pay than the other, and they're hard to get. And I agree, I'm used to want to be fair across the board too, but when you're having a retention problem in some department, there's an issue there. We had to adjust EMS pay last year because we were about to lose a lot, and it wasn't so much the money, it was just the fact that they weren't staggered based on their experience.
Okay.
And what's sad, we made that adjustment and we still having trouble keeping people. So again, money's not a motivator. You know, but Judge, here, let me tell you what the difference is here. The legislators have given us $350,000 earmarked for law enforcement. So what are you going to spend it on? I can't spend it on a clerk. I can't spend it's earmarked for law enforcement. And the sheriff has suggested use 6% of that for salaries.
Or vehicles.
Well, it can be for vehicles, but he still wants them both. You can throw all the money up in there, when it comes down, it's gonna fall.
Okay, but whose money is that to decide what to do with?
It's
Ours or
yours,
the sheriff?
it's yours. Tell me what you wanna do with it.
No, it's not mine. It's the sheriff's money to decide what to do.
Okay, and he's
with it.
told us.
Okay,
He wants 6.5% pay increase for his people.
okay, and then he wants how many cars?
Whatever
Besides that.
is not covered in the raises, he wants to
Okay.
consume it in cars, or equipment.
Okay, so your job then would be, okay, spend your money on raises or whatever it happens to be, but we don't have the money to give you in cars or whatever. That would be your job.
I don't know what my job is. My job is to try to convince 3 people to make a business decision. But see, and again, you're still the chief budget officer, not me.
That's right.
So what he came here and asked,
How soon does that money have to be spent?
well,
What was the money spent for the, I wasn't here, I don't know. What was the COVID money spent for?
COVID.
You name it.
Okay.
I mean,
Now, we did use it.
COVID money and ARPA money ain't necessarily all the same. We used ARPA money for radios and stuff of that nature. COVID
We
money
also
was spent
used
for
it to
COVID.
give raises,
Yeah.
hoping that the tax was gonna catch back up, and it kinda didn't.
Kind of backfired, didn't it? Yeah.
Not
No,
really.
not so much. I mean, but we had to.
Except-
we had to give raise because we didn't give raise. here
Just
before.
think, John, if we hadn't to give something last year, it's like, at least they got 7% last year, so that could be like getting 3.5% this year and 3.5% last year. And only they got some of it up front. They got to draw 7% for 14 months.
Matt didn't get 7% last year, I didn't. Neither did my clerk get 7% last year.
How's that relevant? You wasn't here.
Do what?
You wasn't here.
I know.
But you did get it because, yeah, you're getting it right now.
How's that?
Because the salary went up 7%.
Oh.
You're
My
getting it.
clerk didn't get it.
John, she wasn't here either.
I know that.
Yeah, well, and actually, she did get it because when we do raises,
No, that
we do
money went across the
7%.
street.
We done 7% across the board. So everybody that walked in after the increase was made benefited because everybody's salary went up 7%.
Okay, and my point is this, and maybe my logic is wrong, and maybe the fact is that I haven't been here for the last 8 years. However, I think we need to treat our employees as equal as possible considering the circumstances. I don't think any employees ought to get the idea that they're not as important or not as useful
I
as
totally agree with that.
We agree with
But
that.
if we have money that's earmarked for law enforcement, that's a different scenario.
Well, but
in my opinion, but I'm not even saying that's what I want to do with that money, but I'm saying.
If the sheriff has said
Does the
that
money
he
have
goes
to be
to,
spent
has to be spent in the budget.
2
The next,
years?
you'll spend $350,000 this year, Matt, and you'll spend $350,000 next year. My understanding is we'll pay the last 3 months of this year out of general fund because the money for the sheriff's office, if I heard the sheriff's office and Shelley yesterday correctly, won't actually hit the bank. The comptroller won't turn it loose till January the 1st, and they will retro back the payment. I think that's what I heard yesterday. Okay?
But it has to be spent
Over the next year. Yeah, but if we don't budget it, we don't spend it. If it's not in a budget. So, guys, we can.
If he wants.
I'm sorry?
Give a raise to his guys, I mean, that's his money. Give the raise, if we could, put the rest back for the following year to help. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he can get it again next year to cover the raises.
I understand that, but that'll kick us, if we don't have to spend every bit of it, that would kick us down the road 4 years on their salary helping this side of the budget.
Well,
Does that make sense?
Yes, okay, say he gives a 6% raise this year. You okay with that? Out of this money, okay? Now then, whatever he has left over, we could spend on cars. So he gets the same $350,000 next year. we would have to make the decision as to whether or not to give them another 6% or simply let it pay for the 6% they got this year, okay? And so, and again, spend it on cars, or let's say equipment, because he had
But it has to
stuff.
all be spent.
It has, yes, we can't do it like we do our road and bridge stuff where we hold some back, no.
I'm not sure what it's called.
Is this 922, Senate Bill 922?
Yeah, I think it's SB 22.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So, just one other thing let me throw out there. Did that not also cover constables?
We had that conversation yesterday, and they
Yeah.
explained it to us and said it only covered constables whose
If they
primary
do.
job was doing traffic.
Traffic, okay.
Yeah, and it's still only to bring them up to a base pay, and our constables, our current constables exceed what that entry, what their position was. So, all right, where I was headed with this conversation was for her to do a preliminary budget with 0 raises to everybody except those covered by grants. That being law enforcement and victims assistance coordinator. Okay? And then everything we've discussed today. That's one budget. One, okay? Then she will do a budget that includes everything we've just talked about, but a 3% for all other employees. You with me?
Say that one more time.
All right, she's going to do one budget that includes what you guys, what we've talked about today that we said were unresolved issues, a clerk, pagers, records preservation, and a COLA. Okay? Then she's going to do one that I don't think we add 3% to the 6%. Those that got 6% raises, that's what they're going to be considered for.
You're just talking 3% across the board.
With the exception of those that got grant money.
Okay.
Now then, and that's been an issue before, particularly on the Victims Assistance Coordinator.
So they get 6 and everybody else gets 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Now then, but why is that? It's because the extra 3 is funded by a grant. Okay? But now, there's been a indifference in the past. If those folks get 6% off the grant, we don't make it a 9% raise.
Right.
Just like on the Victims Assistance Coordinator. If she gets $4,500, we don't get 3% on that. Now, courts in the past have come back and actually, full disclosure, they said, oh, you're going to get that and we're going to give you 3%. When we're not giving anybody else anything, I disagree with that. I'll tell you straight up, they'll be right back in here asking for it. So, if you can't write the check, don't make the statement. But I don't support any of them getting their 3% on top of grant money. Okay? Now then, unless y'all know something I don't, that should help Shelley prepare us a preliminary budget. And then we have some idea what our revenues are going to be, and then you, Judge, Shelley, and Doug say, oh, it's going to cost this much on the taxes to fund it, and then this court gets to come back, and it's really not supposed to be that way. Once we set this budget, we're supposed to choose a tax rate to fund it.
That's right.
But every once in a while, we find out, hey, this is what we're going to generate, and we say, oh, wait a minute, maybe there's something here we really don't want to fund. So, as far as
That's the way I remembered it, actually.
So.
Then we got one more big number to worry about.
What's that, bud?
Fire departments.
Well, but we put 17,000 in.
That was put in that budget.
Yeah, unless you want to go take them to 25.
And they were asking 20, right?
That's 25.
25 and $10 per call.
Yeah, and we went to 17.
Which could.
Okay, so this says 0% for everyone other than covered by a grant, and then 3% for the ones that are not covered by the grant.
Two different budgets, so she's going to do one budget with basically 0 raises for everybody except those covered by grants, which is SO and Victims Assistance Coordinator. Okay, then she's going to do another budget that's going to be, and that's everything we've asked for in both of these budgets. In other words,
So she's
twice. One's at
She always does.
0%, One for 3%. You're talking strictly employees right now. Strictly employees not covered by a grant. You want one with the 0% and one with the 3%. Then the ones that have grants, you're gonna put the grants in there strictly for the ones that are got grants. But the other employees not covered by a grant, you wanna see one with 0% and one with 3%.
I think that's what,
Is that what you're saying?
Right. One more thing, and you're not gonna like this one right here, okay? Are you going to go to all the fire departments and have them send you letters about how many runs they make and how many numbers they?
they already did.
No. Okay, but everybody's gonna get the same across the board, 17,000.
You know why that it is? You know why
Regardless.
that? You know why that is?
Why's that?
This court chooses to do it that way. What you could do, we know if we're going to give a 17. No, let me. You start this. Let's finish it.
Okay, well, this court, I think, chose to have the JP offices manned like they were too. My point, why are you talking about taking one away based on numbers when all of a sudden?
We do a run supplement also.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a number plus
A run supplement. I mean, and you know, but if you, another way to do that is you know exactly the number of calls they make each year, but yet we give them all the same amount of money, okay? Base money, say it's $17,000. I'm not looking at the list, but some of them, and Adam can help me, some of them make 600 calls and some of them make 1,600 calls. We give them all $17,000. But if you took those, it's actually 11 departments, right, Adam?
9.
It's 10 or 11. Because in Munster's a separate line item. Let's just say it's 10. That's $170,000. If you took the number of calls that they made and done a percentage, and you could split that $170,000 based on percentage of calls, that would be a real way to do it. But there ain't nobody wants to go do that because it's not fair. So anyway, I'm done if you guys are.
You weren't gonna run anything for an EA at all. We're not doing,
EA?
we're not running numbers for an EA at all. That's the thing.
If the thing is, even if we're flush with money this year, will we be flush for money next year? And that was, I think, that was even Jason's recommendation, but,
I should write anything down, but you know, you want to kind of what y'all agreed on, just know on
Yeah.
it. Just make it clear, I'm not writing, I'm just,
What we agreed on?
yeah, no running numbers for the EA.
I mean, I would maybe look at it
'Cause that's what I
when we
want
have
to
all the
say.
numbers.
So you want me to put that one?
That's what I mean, I don't know if they need to run the numbers
what-
to get it decided now.
I think what we said was after we see the numbers, then let's revisit the EA. Is that?
That's what I said.
I just wanted to type something up,
I
revisit
think
after.
that's basically
Yeah.
what we
That
said.
sounds good, I just wanted to write something.
it's one of those deals that of course, I'm oddball out there lots of times, but I wouldn't waste anybody's time with it unless we really intended to go, if we thought that was good business. If it's good business, then the numbers will take care of themselves, but.
I think I took your place this time.
What?
I think I took your place this time.
So then back to the fire departments, what did we agree, what did we talk about as far as the call?
$10 per call.
We did just agree to go ahead and just do it
Well,
that
that's
way.
what we put in. That's what she.
Is that what we
Sharon,
got
let's
put
be
in?
sure she told me she put in $10.
We're gonna have to have a number of what, a guesstimation of what we think that is,
She's
so
got
we
it.
can put it in the
She
budget.
gave it to us.
Okay.
Last year it was 2637 calls.
But it wasn't $10, was it, Adam? It's a little more than that.
It was
Or
for
less
every
than that, less than
50
that.
calls, it was 250. So the total amount they did last year, I just don't have that here, but I could add it up.
And then we got don't we have several $1,000s in there to support them and match money if they buy
20,000.
See, there's 20,000 more, and it adds up. 5 pagers per department. Again, you got a department that's small, and you give them 5 pagers every year. Somebody's got pagers sitting on the shelf.
And then their pager repair, that's what I'm saying, if you just look at your pager repair for all the departments, that's $30,000.
that could be on them new pagers that have a 3-year warranty on them.
Well, warranty probably doesn't cover if we drop them in the sand, drive over them. You know.
That's damage, I mean.
Just another point of clarification here. We have talked about 17,000 per fire department. Where I was really coming from earlier was, if we're going to compare numbers, one office to another or whatever, if we compared numbers on fire departments, what would be wrong with giving some fire departments more than the 17,000? I wasn't.
They get it based on.
Any up to give to me. I'd like to give all the fire departments everything they ask for. I really would.
Look into that camera and tell them you support an ESD and a tax increase.
I'm just saying what I would like to.
Well, we'd all like to. But I don't want to look at that camera.
The point is, we may not be giving enough to some fire departments.
We're not giving enough to anybody.
Okay.
Whether it's fire departments, sheriff, just listen to everybody. We're not giving anybody enough. And the only way to give everybody enough, which you will never do, is look there and tell them taxpayers, we're fixing to go up 3.5% on your tax rate. And I'm not going to do that. And I'll tell you straight up, I won't do it. I mean, You didn't support ESD because it was a tax. There was your chance to give that department everything they ever wanted.
That's right. But that was a little bit different situation now, wasn't it?
Well,
it's a whole lot
similar.
different situation.
It's similar. These other departments have the same want. We all want that.
I know, but that was a budding,
we agreed.
Paid fire department, so to speak.
Well, we agreed.
Okay. All right. One other thing we didn't talk about too, then, since we're talking about that, are we going to talk about Gainesville?
That's what I was about to say. I feel like we need to set, and by we, it can be, I don't mind sitting in, or Adam, or whoever wants to go. I think that you, one of us, Gainesville's chief, and city manager need to discuss that.
I think so.
I think it falls under.
I certainly think their request deserves at least discussion.
We need to look at it, but we need to see. I think I think our interlocal for everything would need to be looked at for that.
I agree.
We've never had an exchange of cash. It's always been of services. And we say, well, the Gainesville taxpayer, they pay county taxes too. Well, what happens here, the Gainesville Fire Department is funded by Gainesville citizens. Then they pay a county tax, and we're going to reach into our purse, and then we're going to give Gainesville. So the Gainesville taxpayers actually paying twice for fire services.
Have we ever had a request, though, for money?
So why now all of a sudden do they ask us for money?
I didn't think we had.
I get the rationale. I just think that there's a trade of services along the way
that can be made.
Absolutely. We need to be partners.
Okay, but we need to give Chief Twiner at least.
Absolutely. The courtesy of having a conversation with him.
He's been busy. I've been mentally wrecked when I get out of here in the evening, so I haven't talked to him, but I told him any day next week I'd be willing to meet with him. I think I'll set a meeting.
Okay.
Gainesville, I worked with these people. They're good. They're good people. They're solid gold.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
And they're rational. But maybe they don't understand the circumstances. We go in and tell them, hey, we can't fund what we got, much less taking on something for Gainesville. They're going to get that. They understand that. These are good people. But I don't blame them for asking.
I don't either, 100%.
I don't blame any of these people for asking.
One of the things he said was the call volume was like 2,500 calls last year. And I feel like that was mostly EMS assist, because Adam just said our whole call volume for all the volunteer fire departments was 2,500. 26. So I think that number might include some EMS runs.
Well, and if they choose to do those, that's, especially if it's in the city of Gainesville, that ought to be on them. If they run in Gainesville, they ought to absorb that as their own calls. Now, if they're running a bunch of that out, that number should be everything outside the city limits and their fire district, which goes out into Walnut Bend Road.
Right. So yeah, we just need to look at it and see. Like I said, I understand the ask for sure. I just want to make sure we give it the attention that it needs.
I personally, I don't know what they could say that would be convincing for us to fund that. I mean, all right.
I think there's a trade.
Anything else? Anybody think anything? Oh, I'm sorry, you're going through a list.
Yeah, I'm just working on this. I think we've covered every.
Well, let me say this before I entertain a motion. Do appreciate.
We still got to discuss that HEB
The what?
We got a supplement.
insurance.
Oh, yeah, that's right, that's right.
So I'm gonna go back to Stanford House, we cut back from 5,000 to 15.
No, I just said, I didn't support 5,000.
Okay,
We,
leave it at 5.
yeah,
That's what we said. We
Well-
may have to come off of it, Sharon.
yeah. And I personally, that would be near the top of the list of things to cut.
Gary, Judge.
Oh, okay.
Tri-County is 3750. We're gonna revisit, and we're gonna plug in court reporter.
At what?
We're gonna plug in her raise and revisit.
Yeah, what was the rate? Wasn't it, like,
15, it was 84.
yeah, I think
We're
so.
gonna put it to 115.
Yeah,
And then the COLA's we're gonna plug in at 2%.
okay.
JP1 clerk, we're gonna add one, but revisit. Pager system, we're gonna plug in at 170,000. Preservation fund, we're gonna plug in at 309,000. We're gonna plug in the administrative, or election administrator. We're gonna plug in.
Wait a minute.
No, we were only gonna plug that in if we have fluff as well.
That'll be plugged in later if we can.
Yeah.
Okay.
And-
Right now,
Okay, so you don't wanna plug in.
Because what
Not
number
yet.
would you put with it? What number did we tell you to put with it?
Pam was gonna work on a number, right?
Pam will.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said
Yeah.
you were.
No, but
What were
wait,
you
wait.
writing? What were you saying?
She just was advocating for it. She wasn't giving us a budget number.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
But the
I'm
whole
sorry.
purpose about this is,
That to y'all, you know, the kind of the average.
Yeah,
the whole purpose is to plug in a number and we don't have a number. So I don't think we plug it in.
Man, I thought what we said talked about the insurance. I think what we determined earlier was that we all pretty much informally said, yeah, let's go with it the way it
So
is.
just need to make sure we're all in agreement.
I think we all,
That was the one we were supposed to talk to yesterday, right? Or today? But no, we handled that yesterday. And I think we all agreed.
Agenda for the day.
Okay. We done under something yesterday.
Y'all talk to them in during her budget, y'all talk about it.
Oh, and said go ahead and we would ratify it. Told her go do it and we'd ratify the judge's signature next court.
Anyway, we're all in agreement with,
Keep it like it is.
right, so
right.
go get with Elizabeth and sign off.
I gotta sign off on it before tomorrow evening.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, that was the issue.
Then we'll ratify it.
You good, Sharon? You think you
Next
got
court.
it? Not even close?
All we're all good on, that's what she wanted to make sure that.
In fact, I asked the question about.
How can we help you?
I wondered,
She'll ask before she does it.
I've gone brain dead.
We're gonna sit here and what if some more, we're gonna get out of here.
what'd you say?
You done?
No, what about the?
We're gonna talk about insurance, we talked about insurance.
Oh, okay, we did, yeah.
And we're at your mercy, you have our undivided attention.
Oh, I'm good. I think my list is covered and we'll hit it again when we see the preliminary.
So
Y'all want a motion?
when are we going to reconvene?
We can't know, Shelley will be driving that depending on how long it takes her to go put all these numbers back into that 170 pages.
But at any rate, it's probably gonna be the second week in July or something like that. It's probably somewhere around.
And typically, we will do it on a regular court date.
Yeah.
And just put it on the agenda, be my guess.
Well, and either that or talk about it in a workshop or something afterwards or something like that.
Judge, if we,
But that'll be the second week,
Yeah.
okay? That'll be
in theory, if we need another workshop after what we've been through this week, that was the whole purpose of trying to summarize this and get us close. I mean, I would hope we can do it without a workshop,
Well, probably so.
you know. And maybe,
Well, if we'll have a little bit more to look at in the next time, so I suspect we can. And we can always go to a workshop if we have to, but otherwise, you're probably right. That'll still be the second week in July, basically.
well, and then.
Or shooting for.
But we need to put it on the court agenda. I don't remember just exactly how we used to do it, but you put it on the agenda for every court to make any changes or suggest or discuss and make changes to the proposed budget.
And then at some point in time, we got to put it out in the public and.
I'm going to let you go look.
I know, we got to advertise it out in the public. And,
Well, some things we have to advertise, some we don't. Some stuff, like if we go at what's now called no new revenues, I don't think you have to have a hearing.
Well, no new revenues, you don't.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like I said,
And I'm saying that from 12 years ago.
of course, then they called it effective rate.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't think that you could be any more transparent than we've been this year
I agree.
with it on YouTube and stuff of that nature. And that's a good thing. It'll help the people understand that, hey, we do take it serious. There are considerations and there's business decisions to be made.
It's not just those darn commissioners won't give them what they need.
Yeah, and potholes.
Yeah. What's a pothole?
I'd make a motion to adjourn.
I second that motion.
We have a motion, Commissioner Hollowell, to adjourn. We have a second, Commissioner Snuggs. Before we do, I just wanted to thank you guys one more time for all your effort and all your time this week. I really do think we got a lot done, and I think that we're a long ways towards having a budget, and I do appreciate it, okay? Thank you to everybody, and with that, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? There are none. Motion passes 5-0.